'Cause you're listening to Jams and Tea. You won't see the show on your TV, so we talk about things musically. 'Cause you're listening to Jams and Tea. You're listening to Jams and Tea.
Me.
Welcome, everyone, to a new B-Sides episode of the Jams and Tea podcast, where we spin the jams and spill the tea. And today, we have all gathered, all of us, for the... Is this the first time we've done a B-Sides with everybody?
I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Wow.
You've done a B-sides with everyone else. This is my first.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, that means we have we have the entire gallery here, and I would like to. I'll speak for Saoirse and I. We are really fucking tired, so if we have a slight lack of energy on this pod, please forgive us. But I've been awake for 12 hours, and I've been working for 9 of those hours. So that being said,
I've been awake for 3. Cool.
I've been spending all day fixing glitches in Premiere Pro exporting on a 4K file, which makes it so slow.
That's disgusting.
When it's not working and it's really slow. Oh no.
Well, today we are going to be covering a band we have been talking about since the inception of this podcast, that being Everything Everything. And because we do have a noted Everything expert on the podcast, I'm going to turn it to, of course, a one Tyler.
Well, I don't know about expert, but certainly long-time listener, and they are like one of my 5 favorite bands. And in terms of being fitting, I am wearing my EE shirt today as well.
Look at that fit, though.
Yeah, it's I'm very much like this shirt.
You do be looking pretty fresh.
He's very thick.
But it's like also winter in New Zealand where I am, so it's freezing, and I'm going to put my jacket back on.
Insert spring, summer, winter dread joke here.
It's called spring, sun, winter dread.
He is right. That's what it is called.
You've made that mistake before, but I wasn't going to correct you. So
no,
thank you, August.
Yeah.
All right. So everything. I'm sure that anyone who's listening knows, but they may not. You may not be familiar with their stuff. Everything are a Manchester-based band. They are a pop band, essentially an art pop band, indie pop, shades of rock in their music as well, especially in kind of all of their records to a certain extent. Like there's even a bit
on that note,
stuff.
can I read what Sputnik Music has as to their genre?
Oh, no.
Sure,
because
please.
It's pretty great.
Please.
They say their music has been described as surrealist neoclassical avant pop for the digital age.
That's the genre.
That would be an apt description of Man Alive, their first record, I think, but I don't know that it's.
I mean, that is not like a bad description of them at all. It's just really funny.
Avant pop is probably a bit of a stretch, but
I was thinking prog pop, but
yeah. Prog pops are cool. Is cool, I think. Again, like more
thing
geared
about
towards
them
the
is
earlier
like
stuff, I think.
There's been the meme going around about like, what's your favorite experimental pop record? And they're talking about like Lady Gaga records and no, shut up, please.
And then there's like the Farrah Abraham record in there.
Yeah.
We're not going to go a single episode without August name dropping that.
Very on brand.
That was
frankly.
really just like pushed and like cushioned in there, that reference. It was really
yes, my favorite Everything album, My Teenage Dream
Ended.
Yeah. And again, that would be an apt song title for them.
All right, so everything, as I said, are Manchester-based art pop, prog pop, whatever you want to call them, band. They are Jonathan Higgs, the vocalist, Michael Spearman, the drummer, Jeremy Pritchard, the bassist, and Alex Robertshaw, the guitarist and backing vocalist. And they have 4 records, 4 exciting records that, spoiler alert, I love all of them to varying extents, but I do love all of them.
And an upcoming 5th.
Oh yes, and they have an upcoming 5th coming on August 21st, I believe, is their 5th album.
Which is why we decided to do this.
Yeah, and we will be, of course, reviewing Reanimator the week after it comes out, so you can, any fans can look forward to that. We're very excited all of us are very excited to hear how that record comes out and to share our thoughts once we've heard it. But yeah, let's not beat around the bush. Let's jump straight into it. So their first
August, what
album.
are you doing?
What? I'm
I
not
wasn't
doing
gonna
doing
say
anything.
anything.
I wasn't even looking.
Yeah, it's probably for the better. Carry on.
Their first album was released in 2010. Their first of, I think, 2 records to be nominated for the Mercury Prize. They have not yet won, but they have 2 records that have been nominated. This one and A Fever Dream. But anyway, yeah, so this record came out in 2010. And okay, so basically, Man Alive is a very eccentric, very eclectic and noisy and messy and rich and fascinating record. So conceptually, it's well, actually, no. I'll save my in-depth discussions of the records, I think, until everyone else is gone. Might make more sense rather than me ranting, raving for ad infinitum, and then you guys having to follow that up. So, what do you guys think of this record, this debut? Anyone who wants to start off?
Just go by acronym?
Yeah, let's go by acronym then. That actually makes sense because I'm last anyway. So, Jake.
Yeah.
All right.
Jack.
Well, I actually, this was the only other Everything album I listened to before actively joining this undertaking. Like, I listened to it a couple of months ago just because Tyler had recommended it to me after I had, spun Get to Heaven for the 48 billionth time. So I checked that out, and I believe you described it to me as like a Mars Volta album if it had a pop slant. And
I think I said, like, if the Mars Volta made a pop record and were also incredibly British.
Yes. And truth be told, I can't think of a better descriptor for the album. Upon revisiting it, my thoughts were still relatively unchanged. I think it's a very, very I can't speak. In many ways, I think it is a great album. That being said, in the context of their discography, while it's a great leaping off point, it is difficult to return to on some levels just because it is a little bit unkempt in comparison to the others because they're so tight. They got like such an immediate grasp on their sound, and it's even here still. But there's a novelty, I believe, in Man Alive, and it's just like, it's sort of a perfect debut album in the sense that it is wholly indicative of the places they would go. It's like a really ambitious undertaking, honestly. Like, I don't know of many bands that just come out the gate swinging this hard because their personality is in full force. Like, everything, like, consistently have some of the fucking weirdest lyrics ever. Just like it is, they almost speak entirely in metaphor on like every single song they've ever written. Like, there is nothing direct about their songwriting at all. That being said, I think that's the good thing about them, though.
No,
the thing is,
here's the thing. No, I was gonna make a bad emo joke. Ignore me.
Okay. But yeah, I think Man Alive is really solid. I think that it starts off super strong. One of my favorite Everything songs in general, which is what the hell is that?
Mikey's Your Boyfriend.
Nailed it, August. That's exactly how it's meant to be said.
Wow, there you go. That is how it is said. But yeah, I really like that song. I feel that it has like a really solid first 2 or 3 tracks. In the middle, you feel its unkemptness, you feel its like roughness, but the personality again is in such full force, and I feel like it ends on a really strong note too. It's just like, it's very much a definitive statement of a first album of just like, this is who we are and this is what we're doing. And in that respect, I have almost nothing but praise for it, really. It's just sort of, it's my least favorite of their albums just by merit of the fact that I think the other ones are just slightly more fantastic. But that being said, I really enjoy Man Alive. I think it's a very good record.
Interesting. Okay.
All right.
August.
Guess that's me. So I remember a lot of this. Yeah, this is one you're excited for because
Very much so, especially since Tyler started drinking the second you opened your mouth.
I was drinking while you were talking as well, Jake. In fairness.
Okay, it was still really funny.
He just hates all of you.
Yeah.
I just like drinking at 9 a.m.
So, Man Alive, their debut project, this is like a very eclectic album that I think you really need to spend a good deal of time with because what I found is the instrumentals upon first listen sound rather simplistic, they sound rather one-dimensional. But then I realized as you listen to it, they kind of feel like more grandiose, they get more fleshed out. Like an example being the first track, My Key's Your Boyfriend, has this really fantastic, like eclectic instrumental behind it. And it does this, and I think that Mars Volta comparison is very good because this album's kind of bread and butter is contrasting, is doing like the whole love is war cliche of contrasting domestic situations with like heavy wartime implications. Like the first song opens up with this little the kind of intro can be seen about both a literal bomb dropping and also a bomb dropping in the context of a relationship, like some big revelation that has changed the dynamic between two people. And I feel that, and then their next song on this album, QWERTY Fingers, does a really good job at showing their next kind of major theme, more of a, not a theme really of this album, but like a theme of their whole career. And that being addressing our current technological age and how we play off of that. And it is a really notable example of a song that just feels incredibly full. The instrumental just occupies every cavern of your ears. It's really cool.
Yeah, a big like overarching theme of like most of their music is this idea of like the dissonance between like the synthetic, the digital, the technological, and the natural, the organic. People and technology, I guess, is one iteration of that, but they kind of explore that there's a really pretentious word I'm looking for. That
dichotomy.
Yeah, dichotomy will do. It's not the pretentious word I was looking for.
It's more like a trichotomy at this point, isn't it? You know?
Yeah.
Kind of. They're very Radiohead in that respect, I think, which is not another bad comparison. Like there's
I would just say
shades
that,
of OK Computer and Amnesiac in all of their work.
What they do a really good job at is not just writing about this idea on it from a lyrical perspective, but like it invests the decisions they make in terms of choices of instrumentation and orchestration and sonic soundscapes as well. Like if you're talking about Radiohead and OK Computer, it's a similar thing in which both of those elements can be seen in their musical choices. And I always like it when form reflects theme in all artistic mediums.
Yeah, I totally agree. This is not a band where like they're a pop band that have like that just write interesting concepts. Like the music, the choices they make instrumentally always reflect what's going on lyrically to some extent.
Yes.
And that's what's so rewarding about their music in the long term, I think. Like coming back to it and back to it. And what gives it so much status.
Rewarding is a great word for it, I think.
This is a particularly rewarding record as well.
No, what I would say is also rewarding about this album is in particular is that thematically and topically, a lot of what they're discussing, like on songs like Photoshop Handsome and NASA is on Your Side, those songs almost have become more relevant with with time progressing. NASA is on Your Side, especially it being a song about kind of big corporations being like on the side of terrified students during school shootings. And as a person who like lives in that reality, it is something that I can really connect with, this idea of like it doesn't, like, what does it mean that this big corporation is on the side of some little person? And that metaphor doesn't even just extend to like school shootings. It also extends to people of color, the current riots we're having that are going on with the George Floyd situation, and the LGBTQ plus community. It's an album that I think has almost become better with time, even if I think there are a couple dated moments on it, like what's Final Form sounds like the most 2010 song imaginable.
Yep. In what sense? I'm curious.
In the sense that it's got this like really warbly kind of almost dubsteppy instrumental to it.
Yeah.
The vocal deliveries is very like of that time. I guess that's what I mean by that. Right. But I did like how that song had that kind of glitchy little outro to it.
Yeah. In the outro to that song, you can hear, this is more of an aside than anything, but I wrote it down to mention it. In the outro of that song, there are some warbled vocals that are practically illegible. And apparently what they are is quoting the opening track of Metallica's Saint Anger. It's my lifestyle determines my death style. Which is relevant to the theme of the song that I'll touch on.
Yes, it is.
That's fantastic.
At the same time, like it's a
Can you imagine Lou Reed singing that?
Yeah, I could. It's definitely a Lulu-esque lyric.
My lifestyle determines my death style.
But like that, making that particular reference to that album is like a very kind of great example of the tongue-in-cheek humor that Higgs has as a writer.
Yes.
Very funny band.
Stuff.
Very funny.
It's not like, I mean, topically it's often very serious, but it's always with a generous dose of like absurd humor.
Yeah, it's a very
kind of Talking Heads almost.
Yes,
but not like directly.
I think Talking Heads are like one of the biggest points of comparison as well.
Yeah,
that's a good reference for this record, I think.
Another song I want to address quickly is Suffragette, Suffragette, which I think is their most kind of Mars Volta sounding song on this album.
Yeah.
Because you can kind of tie it directly to the Mars Volta's Goliath, with those two both being songs about date rape and using just heavy instrumentals. Like there's just this heavy guitar riff after the chorus of that song. Yeah,
it's very
That's a solid impression. Well done.
It's like
and I also love how that song is kind of structured to be kind of like a song you would play at like a party or something, with this kind of more lower key verse and this like bigger chorus.
It has this really cool structure where it starts like super quiet and then it gets like more aggressive and loud in the middle, and then it gets quiet again towards the end.
Yes. Really good structure. And that's another thing they do really well, song structure. Yes. They can do, like, even if they're doing very simple, basic song structures, they find ways to, like, twist it in a way that makes it very distinct and very everything.
Totally.
But yeah, I think this album is just very well written. It's quite consistent in terms of enjoyability. I mean, like I mentioned, there's a bit of dated stuff on there, but as a whole, I think this is just a really solid debut that just is such a good definitive statement of like, yes, this is where King Cruel is going to go.
Look, I feel so validated that you enjoyed this record, because this was the one of the four. This was the one I was most certain that I thought you'd like. So I'm validated.
Yes.
Morgan.
Well, we keep coming back to the Mars Volta. I think that's apt for sound, but the way I would most closely compare this for my own personal standpoint is my views on it are very similar to my views on Deloused, in the sense that the front half and the back half are like some of the most incredibly consistently punchy, like sort of like opening statement for a discography type material that any band has ever had. Like it's just if the rest of the album were that consistent, this would be one of the best debuts ever. And those are thoughts I have about both this and D-Loust. But the middle half, I certainly wouldn't call it bad at all. I just
the middle half.
yeah,
I
I was
completely
gonna
agree
say,
with this, Morgan. It's the center that drags this down a little bit below the others for me.
It comes across to me as a little sort of unfocused and scattershot. Like they're just kind of trying to cram too many influences at once. Like August already mentioned Final Form. I think that's a great example of that. And like Schooling and Photoshop Handsome are songs I just don't particularly vibe with, but I certainly wouldn't say they're bad or anything. They're just not what I look for in this type of music, I guess. But that said, songs like My Keys, Your Boyfriend, and QWERTY Finger, and especially Suffragette are just, they get me fired up, man. They're so good. And like
going.
It's legitimately impressive. What?
I'm so happy to see the collective love. I'm so happy to see the collective love for Suffragette. It's just
It's a great
so
song.
It's because it
song.
owns.
Yeah.
They're just such strong statements, especially for a debut, that even if my love for this album is kind of a novelty in comparison to the rest of the band's discography, I do find myself consistently coming back to it. I just think it's very strong, and especially the track 10 with the parentheses, the manhole. I think that is still to this day one of their best songs.
Agree.
I mean, it's
big agree.
Yep.
It's like if late era Bon Iver didn't kind of suck. And I like late era Bon Iver, but it kind of sucks. It's just very much my brand of pretentious. I
can see that.
I'm sure Tyler has more in-depth thoughts on 10 than I have, which
Totally.
I'm sure he will get to, so I'll let him have that. But yeah, this is a very strong start to this discography, and we only go up from here, in my estimation.
Very good. All right. Saoirse, I'm very keen to hear your thoughts.
That's me. Well, I really like this record. It's like, I think it's slightly more than just a really great debut, because there are other records from their discography I prefer this to, probably. Not many, but because it's a really good discography. But I think that because I like every album for different reasons, I don't see this just as a great debut, but as an interesting record in its own right, I suppose.
I agree.
Because while the rock influences that we will see become way more prevalent in later albums are here, like the end of Suffragette, they're not nearly as prevalent, I think. So when I engage with this album, I do engage with it more as that sort of avant pop thing. And it's way more breezy than any other record they've made. It's way more easy to listen to. It's just way more accessible. Just because I feel like I can just turn it on. It's kind of light and kind of breezy. And that makes it, when it gets kind of mathy and abstract and like that, there's more of a dissonance there as well, which I like. I think that in an album that's musically complex, that's another thing I like about it. This is one of the more musically interesting albums in their discography, I think, just in terms of they're making an album here like they'll never get to make an album again. And I think the choices they make reflect that, in terms of the amount of times they'll just change tempo and key and timbre in the middle of a song. I mean, they do that a lot in their career, but here it's every song is 3 of them. And I really like that. It kind of simulates my brain.
It's this idea for new bands that you've got to make a strong impression with your debut, or you'll be instantly disregarded. So it's like
It
you're throwing
embodies the
every idea.
progressiveness very, very well in that
Yeah.
regard.
Yeah, but I think when they're doing that, the amount of hooks they get in is they shouldn't be able to do that when they're doing that much different stuff. Especially Mikey's your boyfriend, the opening. I love the line. It's like we're in a Faraday cage when the lights all fail, like at the end of the chorus. It's so good. Interestingly, I actually think the drum track on Quirty Fingers is one of the biggest hooks on the record. It's just the drum track. I love the way that it starts with sample hand clapping. But the hand clapping is syncopated to the main beat, and the drums have to come into that. So it means that when the drums come into it, and then the drums sync up to the syncopation, it's not just an amazing hook. It's an amazing hook because it's incredibly musically complex. There's a Radiohead song called Videotape that does a very similar thing in terms of rhythm.
Yes.
And I fucking love it. I wish more songs did this because it's so interesting. I especially love the song Suffragette, Suffragette. Who's gonna sit on your face when I'm not there is an amazing hook and an amazing line.
I know what Tyler's gonna say. He's gonna say it's actually fence.
It's actually, I mean, debatable, but I'm actually not sure if the band have clarified. But I think it alternates.
To my ears, it alternates.
Yeah, to me as well.
There are that being said, though, there are songs like "Leave the Engine Room" and "Two for Nero" and some others, I think, where I like how laid back they are compared to the other songs. Then they're not necessarily out to punch you in the face. They're just really great mood pieces. I love the song in Two for Nero about fucking the ozone layer.
Yeah, great line.
That's I have not lived with these albums long enough to really engage with them on the deep thematic level that other people have, and Tyler's probably going to go into. How I engage with it is like I love the experience. I love individual lines that come through the mix. And they're really well chosen lines as well to make come through the mix, because when you're a producer, you do kind of decide which lines get heard and which ones don't on a first pass. And the choices made here are really good because they are lines that reinforce the theme really well, but also will make you want to come back for more because they're so outrageous and so funny and so characterful. I like the Faraday cage line. It's not funny or outrageous, but it's so evocative. And one thing the band does really well with that line, and all the other ones I've referenced do, is they will choose an interesting word that's just interesting by itself. And it's like the word itself has an internal rhythm and melody that really draws you in. And I think this album does that really well. And I think that that's all I'm going to say for now until we have to sum up the album. And I'm going to go for a minute, but I'll be back and I'll let Tyler go.
Well, I'm going to talk about the concept of the record, and I'm going to talk about each of the tracks. I'll try not to go on for too long, but the idea is that if you have any kind of like thoughts or like things you want to contribute to each of the songs as I talk about them, like genuinely please interrupt me, because that kind of back and forth I think makes this even more interesting.
It's just like, I'm going to do it.
Like, don't interrupt me if you're just going to, make a
shit post.
A cheap shit post, yeah. But like, if you want to contribute something to what I'm saying, or even disagree with me, then go for it.
I will interrupt only if I have important things to say.
Okay, so first of all, I want to lead off by saying that this was like for all of you, not the first Everything record I heard, and in fact,
this was for me though.
Oh, it was okay. So, unlike most of you, and in fact, the first time I heard this record, I did not care for it at all. And this was coming from the perspective of someone who loved Get to Heaven and Ark. But I came to this record and I just couldn't vibe with it. It just felt it was too eclectic for me at the time that I listened to it. There was too much happening. But throughout the first year I spent with this record, like coming back to it every so often, track by track, it just slowly grew on me. And I came to appreciate the ideas, the conceits in the tracks and how they reflected topically they were reflected in the way the tracks sounded. And then I came to understand the concept of the record. And now I basically think that this is a perfect album. genuinely not overstating that. I think this is a perfect record where every track is kind of key, and I'm going to kind of break them down to try and illustrate that. So basically, as an overview, Man Alive is essentially a record about the inherent self-indulgence and inevitable self-destruction of human beings, basically. And that's a theme that Higgs returns to a lot across their records, but it's basically the thesis statement here. It's a broad theme, and the band explore it in a number of different shades through Higgs's unique and idiosyncratic, incredibly verbose, and sometimes inscrutable lyricism. A lot of the tracks imagine living in a post-apocalyptic world, which is a theme the band also returned to considerably throughout their discography, most prominently on the second record, I think, but also colours a lot of the songs here as well. Higgs has a real interest as a writer in the neuroses of people and their inherent sense of self-preservation that defines us as a species, and I guess all species in general, and just examining this idea, this like key aspect of like what it means to be alive, is being alive, like is living inherently a selfish thing, like is self-preservation at the heart of being alive. And as we've kind of already touched on, the record also kind of talks about themes of technology and media, the increasing intertwining of the natural world and the digital world, and specifically the ways in which humans and machinery are kind of becoming inextricably linked. And this often manifests in what makes this particular exploration of this theme interesting is that it'll often manifest in really surreal imagery in tracks like Photoshop Handsome and QWERTY Finger in particular, where these ideas are kind of taken to absurd lengths, but always in a really kind of playful and fascinating fashion. So the opening track, My Keys Your Boyfriend, is an explosive, sunny slice of off-kilter pop that, despite what you might think, is actually in 4/4. A lot of people seem to think, understandably, because it has these weird kind of off-kilter seeming melodies. So a lot of people assume that it's in some kind of weird time signature, but it's actually in 4/4. You can count it. And basically, this has a really cool concept where it's basically Higgs is situating a sudden nuclear holocaust in the middle of a terrible sitcom, basically. So there is these contrasts between these imageries of like explosions and fire and like August has already touched on with the song, like really banal concerns like to do with like relationships that are very kind of two-dimensional and stuff. So it's this really kind of jagged contrast between all-consuming terror and just like the banality of a media of life filtered through this kind of sitcom filter, this kind of like sanitized filter, and that I think gives it a really kind of like fascinating edge. It has really bright kind of like garish synths. It has wriggly bass lines and just loaded with hooks. Higgs has a real talent, I think, for creating memorable hooks, even though he's saying like 20 words per second, like obviously not literally, but like he speaks very quickly and he says a lot, but it still manages to be catchy. Like, and I want to know what happened to your boyfriend. Like, there's a lot going on in that key hook, but it's still it's still very clear, crisp, and it's catchy. And that's a real talent.
You also said that, and then immediately I just heard the instrumentation in my head so vividly, just because those hooks and those.
Like, whoa.
Yeah, exactly. And I also want to highlight. I'll come back to this.
To your boyfriend.
I'll come back to this a lot, but I want to highlight as well that this band, like every member of this band, has a unique and recognizable contribution to the band. Like the bassist has incredible bass lines. The drummer is
one of the best drummers in any band I've heard for a while.
Yeah, like the rhythm section in this band is fucking tight. Like they're on point with every song. Like and so it's not. That's what separates them as well as a band, I think, is that there are unique and colorful and idiosyncratic contributions from each of the four members. QWERTY Finger is this really amusing and catchy pop song that personalizes this QWERTY keyboard as an artifact that represents the technological dominance of the West, and also as a kind of symbol of the way that language has become inextricably linked with and manipulated by the online existence. In a lot of ways, it's a very prescient song, like one of the most prescient songs on the record, considering it was written in 2010. It has this fantastic breakdown with a gorgeous bed of synths that couch this tension-building vocal performance that eventually explodes into the chorus again. Like, the progression of the song for a 3-minute pop song is just insane. Like, there are moments on this song where Higgs is like almost squealing. The tones of his voice are like incredibly, like the falsetto is like almost abrasive, and it just works.
His voice is truly remarkable on every single album from the get-go. His vocal performances are astonishingly good.
In a sense, it reminds me of Tom York in the way that it's not sort of immediately like, it doesn't leap out at you as like a really impressive vocalist just because it's not really like anything you've ever heard. But once you get used to it, it sort of dawns on you that this person is like one of the best working vocalists in music.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like in certain ways, like Higgs is sometimes more impressive because York works primarily in that balladeer mode, whereas Higgs can do that, but he can also rap and he can also like speak incredibly quickly. And his writing, I mean, I don't want to make the case that like the more verbose you're writing, the more impressive it is, because that's incredibly reductionist. But Higgs manages to be both incredibly verbose, particularly on this record, but on all of their records as well, but also like there's meaning behind it, and the verbosity is kind of like complementary to the irreverent aspect of their music. Like, it's always like he makes the weirdest kind of references, he name drops the strangest things, and it all adds to the kind of like surreal comedy of the music. It's not just
He's Tom York by way of David Bowie.
Yeah, I guess so. That's kind of weird, but I can see it. Yeah, so that's, I think, what makes him so unique and so like cool as a writer. I want to shout out the song Schoolin', because I think it seems to be a little bit of a perhaps not one of the more appreciated songs in this group. I think this is a real grower. I never liked this song for literally years, but it's really grown on me. I think one element of the song that maybe some people find irritating is that whistling sound in the song. That I can't whistle it, but it's like and it like back in throughout the song.
It's my favorite element of the song.
Yeah.
Oh god, the intro to Schooling is one of the best intros they've ever done because of that whistle.
I also want to shout out the way that this song, which starts as a kind of sparse, playful start-stop ballad, which has these kind of like stabbing sounds, and then like withdraws into silence, and then stabs in again, and then in the second half of the song, there's these really kind of synth arpeggios that kind of like twinkle and like overwhelm but also there's this incredible bass line. Like, it's such a complex and playful bass line. It's like dum, 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 dum. It's like goes all over the scale, and it doesn't go where you think, and it syncopates a lot as well, like you mentioned, Saoirse. And it's such a cool aspect of the song. Like, I love that bass, that playful bass in the second half of the song. It's so nice. And like in terms of like concept, this is actually quite a, I think, cool song about the lingering effects of mistakes, and basically how learning from your mistakes can often be too little too late. It's a simple concept, but Higgs explores it with typically dense lyricism that references religious hypocrisy, Darwinian theory, and the limitations of the human form. So there's lots of cool wordplay in the song as well. It's just a really playful, fun song that has really grown on me, and I wanted to shout it out. Leave the Engine Room is a more low-key track. It's admittedly not one of the record's standouts, but I will say that it makes up for what it lacks in instrumentation with some really heart-wrenching, even though it's still fairly elliptical. The lyricism here is quite heart-wrenching, as John is kind of reckoning with the generational transmission of trauma, both trauma that's inflicted on others and experienced. The vocal performance here has a really kind of gorgeous, warm quality. It's kind of a lament, and it kind of comes at a nice place in the record to set up the following track, Final Form, which again I'm going to say is a really underrated song. It has this simple plucked electric guitar melody with a tense throbbing bass line, and it's basically John musing about the limitations and weaknesses of the human body, the debilitating effects of aging, and the question of whether laziness is a moral failure, basically. There's some incredible lyricism here I want to shout out. I particularly like the lines, "I wish the cesspit would open like a Bible. I wish the rotten would blossom with the tidal. I've never been able to divide us. I'm going to wrestle and wrangle until my legs become unreal. I'm going to stumble and scramble my way to lactic ecstasy." It's just a really kind of like really kind of engaging song, I think, and it examines and picks at some really interesting ideas about kind of like about this desire for immortality, and in contrast with the way Higgs perceives that we seem to kind of like disregard or not fully appreciate the privileges that we have, even as we kind of like desperately try to carve out more privileges for ourselves. Photoshop Handsome it looks at a really interesting idea. It's not as novel an idea now as it was in 2010, but it's this incredibly catchy and propulsive pop song that looks at body manipulation through digital means, both in terms of the use of Photoshop to improve your appearance and pictures, but also just taking this to really ridiculous extremes to imagine surreal applications of the technology to actually physically change the body in a really kind of Cronenbergian way, I think. It's a very Cronenbergian song. There's lots of lyrical gems that are jammed into this track. I particularly like the line, "chest pumped, elegantly elephantine, Southern Hemisphere" by Calvin Klein, which is a cool little rhyme that basically gets across the message of the song quite effectively. I love that the guitar work on this song is like quite deliriously batshit. There are these gorgeous kind of ringing tones, but also stuttering, slashing solos in this track as well. I particularly like, in fact, the band do this a lot. They'll juxtapose, in terms of the guitar work, they'll juxtapose these kind of gorgeous ringing tones with stuttering, slashing guitars, and it creates this really kind of like off kilter and captivating contrast, and I do that quite a bit. I also want to shout out Tu Finero, which is a sparse harpsichord-driven ballad. Like, how many harpsichord ballads do you get on pop records in the last
one?
Yeah, exactly. It's another song where the lyricism steals the show. Particularly want to shout out one of my favorite lines on the record. "I'm as giddy as a baby in a centrifuge."
Yeah.
Which is just,
another thing I really like about that song in particular is, as we kind of mentioned earlier, I feel this is the song, at least on this record, that leans heaviest into that kind of talking heads, almost corniness, and yet still being so serious.
Yeah.
With like the "don't phone your brother" line, because there's no contest, which is a really ridiculous line that would be stupid in the context of any other album, but because it's been so well built up with this whole canon of goofy, weird, like lyrical phrases, it just works so well.
Yeah, it's kind of like the full context of that line is like, "we can argue about whose planet's best, don't call your brother," because there's no contest. And it's basically this kind of like really funny, surreal image of these like godlike figures or like powerful figures kind of like bickering about like while their people are kind of just like below, like completely oblivious to the
Earth
fact that
loses every time.
Yeah,
Earth
exactly.
is lost.
Exactly. I also like another element of this track I really like is the fact that it has like the line delivery, like some of the lines run together so that the first word of a line will be at the end of the previous line. That's a really nice touch that makes the track really, really catchy and like easy to listen to. And also kind of like disorienting and hypnotic in a certain sense as well. The fact that it's so minimal helps in that regard too. But also the track builds in its second half with the addition of the bass and drums that come in, and this kind of really gorgeous repeated refrain of "make a child, make a child, make a forest," which kind of seems to tap into this idea of a post-apocalyptic future where there's some commentary on class systems attempting to reinstate themselves as survivors attempt to repopulate, because they talk about like the characters in the song talk about like the problem with the French is that they don't admit they're fools, and there's all these really kind of like concerns of the rich and powerful in this post-apocalyptic environment. So it's like this idea that even in a world where the slate is wiped clean, these kind of like basic hierarchies will violently attempt to reinstate themselves. And that's something that Higgs writes about a lot. I mean, then of course you've got suffragette. I know there's not like much. I'm just kind of going from track to track here, but like I just have so much to say, and it was really I didn't really have the time to thread this into a more like cohesive essay. But anyway, Suffragette is such a cool song. It has it's one of the most explosive and hard hitting tracks on the record. It's catchy. It has a really impeccable catchy bass line, and this also kind of twisted, gnarly, fucked up riff. That is just super creative. Topically, it seems to be a playful but dark examination and mocking of the twisted perspectives of like men's rights activists, or at the very least men who seem unwilling to engage with feminism on any level, or even to go beyond tawdry jokes and victim blaming.
That aged well.
Yeah, exactly. It's this mixture of refusing to sympathize with the perspectives of women and engaging in callous jokes. That kind of those kind of two settings that these men are on in the song, like either refusing to sympathize or just making a callous joke, is reflected in the switch / ambiguity between the sit on your fence and sit on your face line. So it could be who's going to sit on your fence, who's going to like moderate this debate in the marketplace of ideas versus versus just a cheap sexual joke, basically. So the way that it kind of goes from back and forth between those two kind of like hints nicely at the theme of the song and the attitudes that it's attacking. Really great song. I have a particular fondness for the garish, over the top quality of the song "Come Alive, Diana," which is a really irreverent. It's a really irreverent, almost parodic look at how tragic figures are lionized by British media and held up as martyr-like figures by the same voices that once just criticized them incessantly.
I have to live that.
That aged well.
Yeah,
exactly.
they do.
I didn't get a chance to shout that one up. That definitely is a highlight, I feel.
In true EE fashion, though, there's also a sci-fi bent to this song. Like the lyrics are surreal, lyrics about Princess Diana's phantom head exacting revenge on her detractors, basically. Like coming, like literally reanimating itself and like going after the media. Like there are also, there are also more subtle references to the disappearance of Madeleine McCann and the media's relentless obsession.
That says well as well.
Yeah, exactly. Their obsession with dramatizing every detail and fashioning drama out of thin air, regardless of the state of the people that are actually involved in the tragedy, for the sake of engagement and to feed not just because the media are like this, but they link this back to the fact that this is because you have a rabid, hungry British public who are demanding this kind of thing. So it's really like looking at this this social phenomenon from both the micro and macro perspectives, which is just such a cool, there's such a cool depth to this. The track has these blaring MIDI horns and like a slashing violent guitars that cut through the MIDI horns, and this kind of thick, oppressive bass line that's mixed really, really deeply. And it all culminates in this pure chaos climax that is just like such an addictive thing for me. And like I love when their songs like pile on elements and they just end in chaos. That happens on a few of their songs. The other one I'm thinking of in particular is a big favorite of mine, Ivory Tower from Fever Dream, when we talk about that record. But they do this quite a bit where they'll just like introduce different elements throughout the song, and then the climax will just be this big chaotic, like everything together. They do that on the closure of this record, Waits, as well. I also want to, I'm basically talking about every single song. NASA is on Your Side. This is probably my favorite song on the record. It's one of John's most ambitious and topically dense songs. It's a fucking masterpiece of writing, honestly. And basically, Orcs has already kind of touched on it, but I want to add some layers to it. It basically examines the psychological effects of surviving a school shooting specifically, but more broadly, any kind of life-changing trauma during adolescence. And what it does is it juxtaposes the horror of this kind of experience with a more surreal sci-fi narrative, specifically one of teenagers witnessing a horrific future in which their fossilized bones are converted into rocket fuel that dystopian mega nations are warring to possess. So it's like the core of this song is this basic idea, like the trauma of being a teenager and like of being at the whim of forces that are out of your control, but like it's explored in this really dense and unique and bizarre, surreal sci-fi narrative. And I love that element of the writing. Like a lot of writers will just talk about, like, use the most basic metaphors. And you're right, Jack, you said like this is a record like almost entirely constructed of metaphors, and it is. Like that may be a barrier to actually getting into the topic matter for some listeners. But I think that the way that Higgs goes about doing this in the most esoteric and fascinating ways that really rewards close reading, I think is what really makes the band like a cut above other bands that are doing kind of similar things in terms of like in the art pop scene. Like you just don't get this kind of like creativity in a lot of other bands. And like instrumentally, this song is more atmospheric. It's got gorgeous piano chords, twisted bass lines, these kind of ringing, heavily reverbed guitars, and just a really like standout vocal performance that fills the canvas of the song with kind of captivating tension and release. I just love this song to bits. I think it's a perfect song, and it's a masterpiece basically.
I think what you're getting at with the entirety of this album is that it's the perfect companion piece to Southland Tales.
You know what? It actually so is.
No, without an ounce of irony.
No, 100%. I completely agree with this.
You know what?
What I hate most about that is that he's right.
Yeah.
What I hate most about it is that your opinion on Southland Tales is wrong.
It's hitting me like I never used to like Southland Tales. I never used to care for this album. I love Southland Tales now. I love this album. Like they are similar in a lot of ways. Like they're kind of
Wait, one more comparison I just thought between Southland Tales and Everything shares the name with a terrible film. Richard Kelly shares the initials with a terrible person. R. Kelly.
Oh right, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Like Richard
metaphor has.
I feel like August is in the process. He's in the throes of writing an Everything song by this metaphor.
August yet again being the Charlie Day of the group. To see him in the basement of Pepe Sylvia.
Yeah. Holy shit. I'm going to be thinking about the Southland Tales parallel a lot because they're both similarly broadly satirical works of art in a lot of ways.
We Are a Bisexual Nation Living in Denial is totally an everything lyric.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's such a
All respect to Krista now.
Yeah. So the song Tin, The Manhole. This is kind of a fan favorite and also a band favorite song as well. It's beloved. It's again, this is the song.
Innuendo here.
Yeah, there probably is an innuendo here. But anyway, this is the song. This is the song that the album cover is picturing, like this image of a fox in a urban landscape, but also kind of distorted and rippled. So it's basically this, like I said in my intro to this record, it's like this juxtaposition between the natural world and the synthetic, the digital world. Imagining this narrative of a fox lost in an urban sprawl, inhaling gasoline and searching for something familiar. And I mean, this is not like this is not a fantastical narrative. Like it's a thing in Britain. Like foxes can be found in cities. Like it's a thing. Like we're because of like the increasing sprawl, especially in a place as small as Britain, where
they're like our
version
of raccoons.
Yeah, like a place so as dense as Britain, because it's such a small country with such large cities. Like there's a blurred line between the the urban and the rural. I mean, I can't speak
Yeah.
too much from it because I don't live there, but that's what I perceive that
No,
Higgs
you're
is talking about here.
very correct about that. You're very correct.
And so,
yeah.
and Higgs kind of ties this to the notion of religion as well, because that's another theme he kind of touches on a lot in his lyricism. Not specifically like religious iconography, but like the idea of worshipping. And so this fox in the song eventually becomes like a deity figure to listless humans who cling for it for guidance, despite the fact that it's just blankly wandering around. Musically, it's a very quiet, gentle electronic ballad. It crests gorgeously into this climax of layered vocal harmonies, and some really beautiful lines here at the climax. I cannot imagine the things they did to you. I cannot imagine the way it feels for you. I can feel the gravity rushing into me. I am but a hole in the fabric of the scene. I am but a drop in the ocean all alone. So very plaintive, poetic, straightforward imagery that captures this idea of humans as these lost figures in a sprawl of their own creation, basically. It's one of the most emotionally affecting songs I think the band have ever released, though there are other contenders on, actually there are contenders on all of their records for this title, but it's a very emotionally affecting song. Yeah, and it's beautiful. And I love it. And then there's the closing track, which is actually a nice, satisfying return to the math rocky aspects of earlier in the album. It's a kind of sweeping epic that sonically recaps, in fact, a lot of elements from the whole album, and kind of like tying a bow around it. Topically, it's one of the more straightforward songs on the record, or at least it seems so. It contemplates a very quite simple metaphor in terms of weights as burdens that we carry, recasting every moment in our lives and every decision that we make as either a weight that we add or subtract to ourselves, to the point where that becomes impossible to keep track of. An overly complex math problem, something ugly and incomprehensible that we're just at the mercy of. And the outro to the song, which is this repeated phrase, I know how this all ends, that kind of interrupts itself, undercuts itself, emphasizes this notion of life as an unpredictable, violent beast, basically. Like there's this certainty of knowing how this is going to turn out, whatever this is, but then that's undercut by the way that the line is like interrupted and then like stuttered and stuff. So that's quite a cool touch, I think. And then the album just kind of like basically swells up and explodes at the very end until basically all that's left is Higgs's voice kind of ringing out into the silence, which I think is such a cool way to wrap up the album. Yeah, perfect record in my opinion.
Good record.
Perfect record.
We gathered that.
Yeah.
So
does anyone else have anything else they want to add?
It's good.
I
mean, it's good. It's really good.
Yeah, the only thing I would have to add maybe is that I can see this growing on me in the future, like
absolutely
quite a bit. I think like because you're just in that sort of in the bit that you just said. There's so many new ideas introduced to me that I didn't grasp onto in the first place that are probably going to resonate more strongly now that I have a firmer grasp on the album.
Yeah.
Coming
Well,
back
I will say that the writing, like, there's still dense complexity in the writing on their other records, but it's much more so here. Like, this is their most, like, sonically, it's one of their breeziest, like Saoirse said, but at the same time, there's a lot of complexity here that just takes a lot of time to really unpack.
And if I may comment, I think a bit of that complexity at times on this record can come as a double-edged sword, because I feel there are a couple moments, not like consistently, but occasionally, where it does feel like a couple songs get a bit too mouthy, a bit too wordy. And I feel like some of it can get a bit muddled.
Yeah, and perhaps that was something that Higgs felt himself, because you can tell immediately on the next record that it's not quite as verbose. Writing.
I would even argue that Get to Heaven is even less verbose than Arc. You know, it's clearly an ongoing project.
Yeah, definitely.
I think the thing about this band that, like, as sort of a cover statement for at least my opinions on every album, is that my like affinity for them is subject to change purely because I do think, like, you know, one of the key words I would describe this body of work as so far is rewarding, just because, like, I've been listening to Get to Heaven for months now, and I listened to that literally not like 4 hours ago, and I was just like, damn, there is so much here. There is so much stuff that I feel like I didn't even hear before, just because this album is so good at layering its ideas and making them feel simple, but there is so much to unpack once you really look at it. And I think that's true for every album, and that, like, the more you listen to it, the more there is to love. And I think
Yeah,
that
like
only really shows its face with time. So,
Yeah.
you know,
I think it's the best kind of great record, which is a record that doesn't make you work to enjoy it, but
Yeah.
if you work, it will reward you additionally.
Yeah.
the band
absolutely.
is very
Like
much that.
when I said before that even though there are lyrics I like, I haven't had the time of the album to completely unpack it and absorb it and filter it. And that is exemplified no more perfectly by the fact that Tyler just came in and explained every song in a way that was amazingly sort of beautiful and intricate, and I didn't see any of these things, and I'm gonna need to go back and do that and like get a lyric booklet and
You know,
just sit with it. And I think it's going to be true of all of them, to be honest.
this is the episode where Tyler makes all of us look stupid.
I'm not. I'm genuinely not trying to do that. I just
No, I know you're not, but you are. I hate to say it.
No,
I think
good.
that you guys
It's a good thing.
will probably have more to say about Get to Heaven than I will, just because you know that.
All right. So should we just move on to 3 favorite tracks,
Yep.
least favorite track, and rating?
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Who's gonna start
Which
there?
order, boys?
We'll just stick with the traditional order. Let's start.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Jake.
I'd say that my 3
Jack
favorite
Finnick,
songs, at least in order, would be My Key's Your Boyfriend, then what's the Manhole song called?
10.
Teen.
And that, and you know, I'll come to Tyler's defense, and I will nominate Schooling, because I do really like that song.
Cool.
I'll give that. And I would give this album a solid 7.5 out of 10.
Cool.
Great
I'll
record.
take it. I'll take it.
All right. So I think I've given my fair share of praise for this record. I think my 3 favorite tracks are Suffragette. Let's see. Maybe My Key Is Your Boyfriend and NASA Is On Your Side, in that order. I guess I can throw in a least favorite track, which I will go with the kind of conventional answer of Schooling, if only because I really haven't had enough time with that song.
That's fair.
And I will give this album an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeet.
Right. So, my damn phone will open so I can look at my notes. Okay, here we go. So my top 3 tracks are 10, The Manhole, My Key's Your Boyfriend, and Suffragette. And in terms of least favorite, I still have to go Schoolin'. But I will add a sort of asterisk to that pretty much every album in this band, when I'm talking about least favorite tracks, they're not the typical sort of least favorite tracks that you would get on most other albums where, like, oh, this didn't really work for me, I don't really like it so much. It's more that these songs have to be my least favorite in the sense that everything else works so much more for me that it just kind of ends
Just
up
what
left by
works
the
the
wayside.
least.
Yes.
Fair enough.
So yeah, Schoolin'. And
What's
for
your
rating,
boy?
I have to double down on Jake's and give it a strong 7.5.
Cool.
So that's me.
Indeed.
I'm going to say right now that my top 10 songs by the band is going to contradict pretty much every top 3 order I give. And to everyone who doesn't like that, fuck them.
It's my entire ass.
Yeah. You got a huge ass. Sorry.
would like to talk about a few affairs.
All right, Winston Churchill. Let her
was
list
gonna-
the songs.
Motherfuckers.
I was gonna say
I'm
Bane,
gonna-
but
Just one of your favorite songs.
You let this happen in public. Sorry.
Tyler be like,
Crack.
I was born in the everything. You merely adopted the doc.
You're a good guy. If I take that mask off, will you die? It would be extremely painful. You're a big guy.
So
All right.
What are your
The day of the B-sides of my favorite band. Anyway, number 1, Suffragette. Number 2, Mikey's Your Boyfriend. Number 3, Two for Nero. And my worst song is Final Form, probably. But they're all really good. This band doesn't have a bad song in their body, I think.
Nope.
I could leave them in a room for 10 years with just guitars and drums and they wouldn't make a sound that isn't good.
Yeah.
I'm going to give this record an 8.5.
Also,
Linkin
I'd like to
style.
I didn't mention my least favorite song. My least favorite song is Final
Yeah.
Form, by the way.
I knew you didn't, which is why I mentioned it.
Fair enough. So my top three, if I had to pick. Okay, so number 1 is Nasser is on Your Side. Number 2 is difficult. Number 2 is Tin. Yeah. Number 2 is Tin.
Diana.
And number 3.
Diana. Sorry.
Number 3 is Suffragette. And I give this record a 10 out of 10.
Wow. I mean, look, Suffragette is good, but I don't understand why they would cover the David Bowie classic.
Suffragette City. Good.
David
You know,
who?
I think through this whole because of the B-sides episodes. Wait, no, never mind. That's stupid.
Okay.
Never seen August bail on his own joke quite like that. Just forget it.
No, let me tell you, if I haven't bailed on jokes like the person in the hat stealing my clothes, and I bail on that, you can bet it sucked balls.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I mean, look,
I'm taking your word for it. Trust me.
The joke I bailed on earlier was when Jake said that the band came out swing, and I was like, but was it from a South Philly basement? Caked and stale beer and sweat under half-lit fluorescence, which is a joke that only people who like the Wonder Years are going to get, but that's fine.
That would be me and Morgan.
It's there for them. All right, so.
Oh no! Now that's been ruined.
You're gonna look real funny making that jokes when it turns out that you love the Wonder Years, because you will.
So,
Tyler? Yeah, he will.
hang on a sec. I just want to say.
Anyway,
Googling how to kill your friends over Zoom.
So Arc is Everything's second album.
Come over here and swing out this dick, funny man.
It evidently rips off a Gorillaz album cover.
Oh, I was gonna say I was
fine.
gonna do like 3 years later after losing the Mercury Prize to this bad artist, but actually they lost the Mercury Prize to a great album, which is PJ Harvey's Let England Shake.
Oh, okay, that is acceptable.
So that's a deserving record to lose to. But anyway, yes, 2013 they released their follow-up record Arc, off of the back of some surprisingly, not surprisingly, but like propulsive, very poppy singles that we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I'll do this for every record where I'll just like speak last because I want to hear what you guys have to say, unfiltered by what I say. So yeah.
Sure.
Well, yeah.
I don't know what the implication is there.
Well, I don't want
You'll
to. I want to
figure it
hear what
out.
your thoughts are, like before I come in and apply my analysis.
That's fair. That's fair. Right. So
Saoirse, do you want to go first this time?
Yeah,
I would Love
Go
to.
for it.
This is not my favorite album by them, but it's close. I like this a whole bunch with all of my chest. It starts with Cough Cough, which is just one of the most impressive feats of music of sound editing I've heard in a very
The
long time,
drums.
inside or outside of music.
Yeah.
The way
So,
it makes lyrics of
wait a
chopped
second.
and spliced vocals. Yeah, that. It's just insane how involved. I won't say catchy because I'm not like singing it back to myself later, but how involving that is. How much it completely just makes me want to hear the rest of the song. It's like there's an avalanche behind me and I can't get out of the way, and it's just pulling me down with it. Love it to fucking pieces.
Amazing song.
The next two songs, like, they're good. I don't have anything special to say about them, but they're good.
Yeah,
I
just
just-
teasing you.
Okay, so I love the riffs on Kimosabi, and there are some tonal changes in the torso. I can't read my handwriting. That one.
Torso of the
There
week.
are some. Thank you. There are some tonal changes in that song that are very impressive. Torso is also a very good giallo slasher movie. Just throwing that out there. Duet is the next one I have starred because I really, really like it. When I've just finished listening to Man Alive and I just started this and there are 3 songs into it, and then I hear an orchestra come in, it's a real double take moment. It's like, what? But it's just emblematic of how this band are just willing to take risks, and we all know how they're willing to take risks, but this is a different way in which they take a risk, and it pays off so well. It's one of my favorite songs they've ever done. It's just so sumptuous and fulsome and just very
Thick.
emotionally rich. The lyrics,
It's
I
emotionally
can't remember
thick.
any of the lyrics. Yeah, I can't remember any of the words, but I have a note here saying that lyrics are insane and chorus fucks. So know that.
These are true things. These are true.
Yeah. I love the music for Undrowned. It's just it's like a nightmare. It's like a lullaby you would tell a child who'd gone to hell. It's cutting, dark, and unique is what I have here. It's like a song you'd get on science fiction with a bit more rhythmical rigor. It's just so, like, it clicks along at a pace and it just takes you with it as you feel like your heart slowly unfold like origami.
Oh, I like that.
Thank you. The interlude song arc is good. Interlude songs I'm not normally a fan of. This is really good. It's just it's like some of the songs I said on Man Life. It's a really good mood piece. And then Armland is really good. I have a lyric written down here. It's like, I want to take you home, take off your blindfold and show you who I am. And the whole song is chock-a-block with lyrics that are that beautiful. It's like I said, I struggle sometimes to really make out the lyrics because he talks so quickly. But this is one of the cases where I could hear most of the lyrics and they were all amazingly beautiful.
I have to read along. Like, don't think I have some kind of like special hearing. I always have to read along. I've misheard over the years. I've misheard so many lyrics by this band. I just have to read along at this point.
That's fair. I really like The House Is Dust. I don't have any notes for it for some reason, but I said to myself I really like it. Radiant picks up the album at a real pace. Like that a bunch. It's really fun and energetic. And then the peaks. When I first listened to the album, and I said this all to you individually, but I'm saying it again for the purposes of the podcast. When I was listening to the album for the first time, I was looking down the track list, just in order to differentiate which songs counted as the album and which songs counted as a deluxe edition, so I could listen to the album.
Yeah.
And I saw the peaks as quite long compared to the rest of the record. I was like, all right, that's fine. I'm going to be tired of the song by the end. Oh, no, I wasn't. Oh, no. Couldn't have been more wrong. It's a wonderful... It's a wonderful slow build. I had a storm coming. I tend to like these slow builds the most out of everything the band does, which is weird considering the songs that I first fell in love with them for, like Spring Sun, Winter Dread, and Regret, songs like that. The Peaks is a totally different experience. I wish there were two of them so it could be Twin Peaks, but here we are. But it's really good, and it builds into a wonderful emotional climax. And Don't Try is just a really, like, I almost wish it ended on the Peaks, because that's such a lovely way to see the album out on an emotional note. But Don't Try is a wonderful sort of, it's a more up-tempo, upbeat song, and it's a good note to end on. I think I would have liked to have ended on the more melancholy note of the Peaks, but here we are. I fucking love this album. You hear more of their rock influences come in, but you still have the kind of insane musical experimentation you get on their previous album. And I think that it's a really good blend of the rock side to what they do and the experimental side to what they do. I'm going to get on to albums later. I think that it's their best, like their best rock record or their best pop or dance record. I think this is their best blending of rock aesthetics with musical experimentation.
Yeah, it's very much, I think, it feels to me like a transitional record, I think, between Man Alive and Get to Heaven, which is not necessarily a criticism or anything, but it just has that feel in the context of knowing what would come.
Absolutely. I think that in that context, though, I love this album for being the best version of that we could expect to get.
Sure. Cool. Well, since we're going in reverse, then Morgan, do you want to go next?
Yeah, if I would, I'd like to build on the idea that this is sort of a transitional album in the band's discography, because I think I feel like there's rarely an album where I can feel like such a consistent arc, where it's like just continuous,
like the name.
like the song. It's
like
just
the boat from the Bible.
Continuous upward transition, where it's like I can feel the band almost going through the motions of getting better as they go along on an almost song-by-song basis. That doesn't necessarily mean that I think each song is better than the last one, although I am willing to say that I consider the back half of this album to be much stronger than the front half.
Morgan with a hot taste. Damn.
I feel like Armorland, The House is Dust, Radiant, The Peaks, and Don't Try are probably... It's really hard to say, because Get to Heaven is pretty much just nothing besides one great song after another, but this is like maybe the best run of songs of their entire career. It's like I could just feel them apexing throughout that track listing. That said,
you could feel them peaking.
I was fucking God damn it!
I get it. It's like the song. It's like the song. He said the thing, and it's like the song.
Yeah. That said, the album is just remarkably consistent, I feel. I don't think there's a bad track on here. There's just tracks that are less good by the merit of everything else being that great. I think the only real weak spot that comes to mind for me is Torso of the Week, just because I can't exactly... This man just made a poopy. He just made a face that I can only describe as a poopy face. It's good, but it kind of ends up being my least favorite just by the merit of it sort of just not gripping me as immediately as everything else on the album did. I think with Get to Heaven, because that was my first album of theirs that I heard, there was a sort of growing on me phase. And with Man Alive, I had the same thing, just because I had to accommodate for an earlier sort of quote unquote less developed sound. But I feel like Arc has an immediacy that pretty much none of them have, save for one that we'll get onto a bit later for me personally, because I have some thoughts about A Fever Dream. Anyway, this is just an absurdly strong debut. Not debut, Jesus Christ.
Morgan's like, we don't acknowledge Man Alive in this house.
Morgan has formally lost all credibility, and his career is
More like
You know what
man
would be
dead.
a great bit? A great bit would if you see it would be if you said this is a very strong debut about every single album. Because it does like feel like they're doing a different thing on each record in a sense.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I
But also
meant
that would be just a
like
funny bit for it because it would be absurd.
I meant like follow up album post
Sophomore.
debut sophomore.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just forgot what words mean, and
It
if we
happens
could
a
all
lot to us.
if we could all move on with haste, I would really appreciate it.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
So
August.
August, what are your thoughts on this debut record?
Okay.
Kiss my whole ass.
From promising young upstarts, everything.
Arc is
Next
a
time you
record
mess
with,
up, Tyler, I'm gonna be on you like stink on shit.
Okay. Arc is a record with a lot of good and great songs on it that for me I feel doesn't really come together because and it's a weird thing because this was unlike any other album where upon my first listen I kind of listened to all four in one day for my first listen, and upon first listen I felt that this was Everything's best album. But then I started to listen to it and I realized I kind of came to the realization that I think I like Everything the least when they're making albums that feel almost too cohesive and homogenized. The like kind of this record is something where a lot of it is very it sounds very similar in terms of like Higgs's delivery lyrically at least, not like performatively, but delivery wise I mean there's still eclectic stuff on here like the opener Cough Cough, which I think is a pretty fantastic song and their most popular song by a good measure it seems.
Distant
As
Past
in-
is more popular, but Cough Cough
Oh, it is?
is up there, yeah.
Okay, I know
I mean,
saw
I guess
this-
you
it was
could
more
argue
popular.
that. I don't know.
I
I was just
yeah,
gonna
I
say,
mean this one
it was more popular in the distant past.
Fuck you.
If I wasn't so tired, I'd get up and leave.
I'm gonna sandbag that completely and move on. I think that a lot of this record is it's like neat enough. Like the second song, Kimosabe, which is a reference, of course, to the Lone Ranger. Because
Morgan, what
that
the
is
fuck are you doing?
I'm broken.
You're broken.
I've never seen
He's
Morgan
eating
this
paper.
absurd.
I just saw him
What are you-
crumple it up and then eat it.
Oh no! What is this podcast?
I was like, what kind of food is that?
Kimosabe,
Biodegradable kind.
a reference to the Lone Ranger, kind of playing on this idea of
This does not taste terrible.
human. That means you're going to be a serial killer. I don't care who says what else.
Oh,
This
We all knew
Alright.
that they would come.
We need an intervention for more.
Yeah, take that fucking shit out of your mouth, Morgan. I'm listening, August.
Shut up, Ty.
Anyway,
You drove me to this. This is your fault.
Fucking
neat
man.
song. I really love what it's trying to do in making this argument for humans. Like, even if we are connected, we are always inherently apart. And I loved the lyric, "I've lost my way." Great reference to Kill La Kill. Very good.
You know what? I'm not sure that it is, but I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest.
I think this came out before
Jonathan
that show
Higgs
aired.
is a fan of anime.
That
mean-
would not surprise me.
Not
I've
in the
heard crazier things in the past 10 minutes.
Okay. Anyways, Feet for Hands is the next song I kind of want to highlight because it is this great recounting of a story that, if you look it up, it is actually based on a true story about a British police officer who got shot in the eye and as a result went blind. And this is a song kind of from his perspective about just the media attention he got after this, and just kind of a psychological deep dive into what it would be like to be him. And tragically enough, this song predicted his suicide just a year later of this song's release. Which,
well, like literally in the narrative of the song, like it's implied that he kills himself.
yes,
It's a song about suicidal depression, basically.
Genuinely. And I mean, being blind, and yeah, that is more what the song is about, having a kind of suicidal depression and just using this metaphor of blindness and having feet for hands being a catalyst to that narrative. I thought Undrowned, the next song after that, had a really great vocal flow, a really great kind of delivery, which Higgs gave almost, I don't know if I'd say it was almost like a rap song in terms of just the technicality of his delivery, but that's, I guess, the thing that comes to mind immediately is what I'd liken it to closely. And that delivery and flow just gets better and better as the song progresses and goes on.
It gets a bit more frantic as well. Like
yes, that's exactly why. It just gets more frantic, faster, and the song even instrumentally builds up in a really fascinating, fun way. And outside of that, a lot of the tracks I just find kind of unremarkable. Like, they're decent, but I guess Don't Try is a really good closer in my mind. Okay. Don't Try is a phenomenal closer to the album, I believe. Although I do think thematically they will make a song later that addresses very similar themes to this song and does it a whole lot better. But I'll get to that later, obviously.
I know what you mean.
Overall, I think it's just a good collection of pretty consistently solid songs, but I don't think it really has the presence to follow up an album like Man Alive. And I get that maybe that wasn't their intent to maybe just make, as Morgan put it, another kind of debut sounding record. And I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm saying that as you're kind of accurate with that description.
Just my one quibble with that, though, is that this is, well, it's a lot more polished, I suppose, than the other one, but also it's so much more sonically diverse. Like, they have so many more sounds in this record.
I don't know if I'd say I would say they did. A lot of it.
Well, I would say there's 3 points.
Okay,
there's a much stronger rock presence. It's a much stronger rock presence. It has a strong. It has the orchestral song in the form of duet, and there is not a song like Undrowned at all on the first record in terms of what that song is like. And the record comes across to me a lot more like a band that made a solid statement of intent and are looking to branch out their sound.
No, fair enough. I like that interpretation. I just find, I think that the diversions on Man Alive are a bit more, do a bit more for me.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot to say about this record.
If it makes you feel any better, August, I think this is a less cohesive record than Man Alive.
Okay, I would agree with that statement.
But I'll reserve my full thoughts until after Jake has shared his.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I sort of went into this record with tempered expectations because this is the lowest rated album of theirs on Sputnik Music.
Really?
Which, again, yes, it is.
And on Rate Your Music.
On Rate Your Music.
Too,
so
yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, maybe this album just isn't as good as the others. And, maybe that affected my first listen or whatnot. But honestly, I really enjoy this album, and I see it as at least
for what I look for in this band, I see it as a bit of an improvement on Man Alive, even if I do kind of agree and say that this is a less cohesive album than Man Alive. I think that is true to some extent. But in terms of notes, I have the first few tracks are great. Like, I love Cough Cough. Like, just a fucking, like, it's such a weird song because at first, like, they actually do like the coughing thing and you're just like, oh, this might get annoying. And then it like builds so immediately and you're just like, oh, okay, let's go. And I feel like it just has it's a good tone setter for the album, and it sort of begins this trend of what I really like in their music is they seem to like start out with like one very distinct musical idea, and they loop around back to it and build on it sequentially in their songs when they have more traditional song structure. And I really like that, and I think that song is a perfect example of that. I think Duet, I co-sign everything Saoirse said. The Duet fucking slaps. Duet's one of my favorite songs the band's ever made. Choice Mountain, I feel like, is a song that it is good. It's just sort of like, it's unfocused, but it's compelling. And I think that's emblematic of the whole record as a, just in general. And I feel like it is less expansive than the first record and what followed it in Get to Heaven, but I do feel like it retains the consistency more found in Get to Heaven that I looked for that was not there on Man Alive, which is partially why I prefer this slightly to the first. And it tunes up, I feel, the not necessarily the lyrics or like the thematic content, which I do think is notable because this is like an exceptionally dark album for them. It's like there's just a lot of futility on this album and a lot of like just a sense of disconnect that like they touch on it in their other records, but I feel like it's really pronounced here. And I just, this in as a whole feels like more of a concrete listen. It's less breezy, but it's more punchy, and I just like the immediacy of that. I like Undrowned a lot. I say in my notes that it is magical, and it kind of sounds like Radiohead. I think this is a very comparable sound to some of their earlier stuff, sort of like the Ben's OK Computer era kind of stuff, and just major Radiohead vibes in general. Title track is, it's the interlude. It's short, but it's very pretty. I feel like it segues the two tracks it is between very, very well. And I really like how the front half of this album is sort of like, it's really exciting, I guess is the best word to put it. And the back half is a little bit more dreamy. And I just kind of gravitate towards that approach structuring albums, which is why I take to this band so much, because I feel like they have a tendency to follow that pattern of having the first half be distinctly one vibe and the second half being distinctly another, but it still retains
if I may interject with a band that does kind of a similar thing. It's almost something, but not quite to the extreme of like the Melvins, where they're making something with two distinct halves.
Yeah,
I said halves,
I would completely agree with that, actually.
How many of them are called Melvin?
All of them.
Yeah.
That's why they're called the Melvins.
They're the Melvins. I mean, I thought that was...
Looks like a full now, don't you, Saoirse?
Yeah, every single one of them.
Yeah, a little bit.
Checkmate.
They are a band that I've heard of but never investigated. So
August mentioned them on 2 weeks ago's podcast, I believe.
The real question, of course, is how many of the replacements have been in the band since they began?
I mean, you gotta look for a musician named Melvin. That's probably pretty
I have a replacement question in the thing that we did.
Oh no, I'm gonna get that wrong.
Okay.
We'll leave, yeah.
Yeah. Anywho, I feel like they, typically speaking, I feel like they have a very more electronically geared sound, just pretty much on every album. What I detect and feel is more natural instrumentation on this album than the others. I'm not necessarily sure if that's true. I just felt like I detected it a bit more, which again, the immediacy, I feel like that sort of vibe is enhanced by that. I just sort of have, in all caps, Radiant the Goat. I fucking love that song. It's up there with Duet as being one of my favorites the band ever made. And The Peaks is also in all caps because I love the progression of that song. It does a thing that I feel like is improved on slightly in the next two records with some specific cuts. That being said, I love the very much where the traditional song structure is sort of foregone, and it's just a slow kind of climb upward to a big finale, and I really like those. And I also just really enjoy the closer. I do actually agree with August and say that thematically speaking, I feel like a song on Get to Heaven touches on it a little bit
I think
better.
we're thinking of the same song in that
I'm
case.
probably. That being said, I feel like it is still a solid closer to the album, and overall, I don't know. I feel like it gives me pretty much exactly what I'm looking for with this band. I think it's like if you asked me like where should I get started with this band, I'd actually probably say here, just because I feel like it embodies what they became a little bit better than Man Alive, and then that like Man Alive would be an interesting detour afterward, just because it explores a very specific facet of their sound. But I do feel like this might get like slightly unfairly maligned just because like I mentioned before we started recording, this is a Run the Jewels situation where if you like one of their albums, I feel like you'll like all of them to whatever extent that you do.
Yeah. This is also
and
like a much more sonically varied album than like the more uniform Get to Heaven, which is
Yeah.
like a more of a singular mode on that record, whereas this is a bit, I don't want to say more shapeless, but just like a bit more exploratory. Then I'll say that.
Yeah, I think especially it's got a lot of the second half of Get to Heaven is a bit more varied and just like it kind of throws you for a loop, whereas the punchier first half is very uniform. But like the second half, I feel like is very much present here. I feel like there's like a four-way Venn diagram of where the sound of each record overlaps, and I feel this is the album that lies at the dead center and feeds into all of them. And I really enjoy it. I do not feel it is like upper tier, which is a meaningless distinction right now because they have 4 albums, and it's like, what do you even consider upper, mid, or lower tier when you have that few records? But I wouldn't say, I'd say it's a perfect middle ground for me. It's just sort of like quintessential everything in a lot of respects, and I like it a lot. I think it's a great album.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, I like I said, I think this is a more like sonically varied record. I think it's a record where they're reaching out a little bit more and trying new things. For me, it's not as consistent as Man Alive is or as Get to Heaven is, but there's a lot to love here, and I want to touch on all of it. Thematically, so conceptually and thematically, this builds from the last record in a really nice way, I think. So Man Alive imagined self-interest as inextricably linked to self-destruction. And Arc builds on this theme, but also from a more insular and psychological perspective than that record did. What are the specific things that drive people to depression and suicide? How exactly do our minds fail us? Those are the core questions of this album. I mean, and in the words of the song Torso of the Week, what are you wrestling with? What are you wrestling with? That's a great line. That is basically the line that unlocks the whole album, I think. So are human beings ridden with fatal flaws that make their own destruction inevitable? Or is there a way out? There are a number of different, particularly cogent descriptions of depression here on this record. This is a record that's, I think, as I think I've already said, I think this is the darkest record that they've done topically, or at least thematically. But what's interesting
I'll
about
agree to
that,
that.
what's interesting about that is the way that there's a kind of dissonant contrast here, because it's probably the sunniest sounding record they've released as well. There are some exceptions. Obviously, songs like The House is Dust and The Peaks are not sunny tracks, but by and large, the sonic vibe and general atmosphere of this record is quite like major key, pleasant, poppy, engaging, and that's one of the reasons why it's probably one of the most successful records. But this is all in service of disguising and hiding a kind of deeply sad and tragic underbelly to a lot of these songs. I mean, one that August has already touched on is Feet for Hands. I pretty much don't really need to add anything to what August said about that. It's a true story based on about a police officer who was blinded by a random gunman and spirals into a suicidal depression. There are some beautifully poetic lines here, like, I think I've had enough of all the lights on earth. I think I'm done with answering the phone, which is such an understated poetic way of getting at that idea of like being, suicidal. Like, it gets at that without being melodramatic or sensationalist. It's very, very quite moving.
They build on that a lot in the next record, I believe, with these sort of microcosms that represent the greater ideas at play, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree there. Instrumentally as well, this is another song that shows a different shade to the band, because it's basically like, it starts out acoustic and then kind of their instrumentation builds on top of it, but it's basically an acoustic ballad. It has a nice steady drum line, it has really playful bass tones, and these kind of gentle twinkling synths that all climax together in this really gorgeous outro. Again, it's another example of the band like introducing these elements and then kind of like threading them all together at the climax of the song. Another song that touches on depression in quite a moving way is the song Choice Mountain, which is a fan favorite. One of the more understated songs on the record, but still kind of quite rhythmically complex, I think. It imagines the state, and it's actually quite lyrically beautiful as well. It imagines the state of mind of being depressed in terms of imagining yourself as anything other than human, casting a fantasy of being a limbless star, a dolphin, a cherub in the ashtray, a lioness tearing hyenas apart with no thought, a whale that swallows everything in the world. And towards the end of the song, it opens up and it expands into this gorgeous swell of tremoloed guitars before retreating again during the final lines. So I think this is an easy track to overlook, but there's a lot of lyrical substance and sonic prettiness in this song, as well as contributing to the overall theme. Of course, the other major song about depression on the record, I mean, obviously there are multiple, but The Peaks as well touches on this too. It's a slow burn ballad that starts with this glacial synthetic drum line and kind of haunting reverbed piano chords, and gradually escalates to this overwhelming emotional climax. It's one of the most directly depressed, wholly tragic and sad songs on the record. It imagines a world post-apocalypse where all millennia pass, just a flicker in a wave, which is a great line. The narrator opines that I've seen more villages burned than animals born.
I love the lyrics on that
come
song.
down than children grow up. I've seen more horrors made real than dreamers wake up. All amazing lines.
Fucking brutal.
Yeah, and one commentator online has noted that the title of the song might refer to the peaks and troughs in human progress, which is also apparently.
I thought it might be something like that, or in an album that's so thematically about depression. Peaks is very appropriate to living with depression, in my opinion.
Definitely. And apparently that idea as well, that idea of the ups and downs, is what the title of the record actually refers to. Like it also doubles as like a reference to the biblical arc, but it's like this arc of like ups and downs.
It's like what I always say to people I know, and also to myself, who struggle with recovery from mental problems, a variety of forms, is that one should not be concerned with the fact that one has peaks and troughs. It's inherently necessary part of recovery.
Yeah,
So
You
just
have to fail so that
emotional
you may
PSA
succeed.
like having a relapse is inherent when you have a mental illness. So I always tell people not to worry about that. Just a little emotional PSA that's on theme for our listeners. I think
Yeah.
I just felt hot tea on myself. Let's move on.
That's the
Um,
title of the show.
And I think
this-
Sorry,
This
go
is
on.
detox tea, so it makes me even more sleepy. I'm sorry.
one thing I wanted to quick throw in just because it's been touched on a bit. This album definitely does have a lot of religious themes, like religious themology and iconography running through it, and just like various little moments. It's not like it's more of a motif than a theme, is how I would put it.
I totally agree. I think that's exactly what it is. So like I said, there's this idea of like examining this being a more psychological insular record, but there are still songs that look a little bit outward and reflecting on like the things that contribute to this depressed state. So like the song Undrowned, for example, instrumentally very minimal, and in a lot of ways, I think this is very similar to Tu Finero on the previous record, in the sense that it's has this kind of like fast-moving, sweeping lyricism, but also the quality of a kind of twisted nursery rhyme in terms of like the melody and the delivery of the vocals. And basically it covers a myriad of topics that relate to this idea of living in a world of inequality, war, and a psychopathic, uncaring government. And that's obviously something that becomes a big concern of the next two records. But yeah, I can't even pick lyrical examples to highlight here because it's also brilliant in the song. I love the way that the track climaxes in these crashing drums and these descending chords as John just screams, "Don't leave," over and over and over. And it's just a totally overwhelming end to a short song. So yeah, that's one theme of the record, which is this idea of depression and the experience of depression. Another interest of the record is obsessions as well, various kinds of obsessions. So like the track Cough Cough, which incidentally I also want to mention as an aside, this band is amazing at opening tracks. Like,
God, yeah, they are.
It just
Holy
knocks
shit.
the opening track out of the park. But
Yeah,
I love
they're
the
all in my
way
top 10.
I love the way this is like a bouncy, boisterous opening to the record, and like the way it turns the sounds of the coughs and stutters into an addictive hook. So it's like, wait a second, but then all of a sudden it's like double-tracked vocals suddenly shouting it as a mantra, which is such a cool little thing. So yeah, this is kind of a track about obsessions, specifically about consumerism and greed. And in Higgs's words, having no money, wanting more money, and wanting nothing to do with money at all at the same time, basically. So the ideas of self-destruction from the previous record are kind of touched on further, with the consumption and greed reinforced by capitalism serving as tools to gorge yourself to death, basically. And more pointedly...
Spirited Away, Cole.
Yeah.
Metaphors.
More pointedly as well, this idea that the real tragedy of this is that we're often self-aware about this, but still choose to engage in the excess all the same. That's something that the song touches on. Another song that also talks about obsessions is one of my favorite songs on the record, Torso of the Week. I love this song. It's such a catchy and great song.
She Works Out Too Much by MGMT type beat.
Like before I even get into the topic,
a great band to kind of compare them to.
Before I even get into the topics of the song, I just want to shout out like the versatility of this track instrumentally. Like it goes from a really kind of quiet, unassuming opening to this kind of tense pre-chorus with these kind of like dum 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 bass line. And then it just explodes into this incendiary chorus with these raucous guitars, and it's like there's such a dynamic variation on this song. It just makes it so rewarding to me. But anyway, topically, this is inspired by apparently, quote unquote, the many exercising folk of Manchester. So it's this idea about it's another track that trends the well-worn themes of self-obsession unto self-destruction. specifically focusing in a quite straightforward way lyrically on body image issues. So so that's basically what the song is about. Also, I want to
It's
note
just kind of a great solid story on the song going too. You just get a really vivid character portrait of who it's about.
Yeah, you do. You really do. I like the catchiness of the refrain and the chorus. The what you're wrestling with, which I've mentioned is a great line and a key line for the record. But I also like the way that chorus structurally, the fact that it's just what you wrestling with, what you wrestling, that kind of stuttered repetition is a lyrical style that John uses on multiple songs throughout the band's career, most notably Ivory Tower on A Fever Dream. But anyway, yeah. I have to shout out. I can't concede that this is an original thought I've had because I got it from Genius. But there's this annotation for the line "Girl, you've been hitting the treadmill like a freak," and it says this annotation says possibly a reference to Miguel Cervantes' Don Quixote, where the title character turns insane and one of his antics involves fighting a windmill, claiming they are in fact giants. The twist is that instead of a windmill, it's a treadmill, and it traces a parallel between fighting the imaginary giants and the endless search for the perfect body, which is maybe a bit of a reach. But John is very literate, so
I can see it. Like the phrase "touting at windmills" is really common because of that plot point in Don Quixote. Like that's very in the public consciousness. Like if I was to say to someone, like about a politician, like he's just touting at windmills, that would mean that he's pursuing a hollow task in order to look heroic. So I think they parallel very well.
Yeah, and it's really cool and creative to use that metaphor in the context of this particular topic. So yeah, I really love that song.
It works on multiple levels. You got to admire that.
Another song that kind of touches on this idea of obsessions as well as Radiant. Which I agree with Jake was one of my instant favorites the first time I heard the record. It's a very catchy and upbeat and memorable song. So the song is kind of about the limitations of human knowledge, this desire to persist eternally, but the futility of this feeling in the face of a world that's entirely enigmatic and full of things that we don't understand. The song has these bright, ringing guitar tones that evoke the sunlight, which is a thing that the narrator in the song obsesses over. These tones are catchy and thrilling and memorable, and it's just overall a really, really great, well-packaged pop song that gives you some interesting thoughts to think about philosophically. So yeah, those are songs that talk about obsessions. And so besides depression and obsessions, there's one other key theme of the record, which is this idea of the failure for two self-interested individuals to truly be able to communicate with each other. And this is touched on most notably in the song Kemosabe, which I love this song. Holy shit, this is a great song. Like, it's just a perfect everything filtered pop song. Like, it's ridiculously hook filled. It's catchy. I get the at the border, at the border,
Yeah.
I'm at the border, which is incidentally the name of the Everything fan group on Facebook as well. Which is it's a cool little reference. But anyway, I like the way that the song explodes from these really tightly wound verses to a gorgeous, expressive chorus. It's almost wordless, like he's basically just vocalizing, but it's just catchy somehow. Like, these vocalizations are really, really gorgeous and addictive. But yeah, topically, this is a song about relationships, specifically violent and destructive ones. So again, this is another example of the record juxtaposing a very pleasant and bright sounding music with really dark subject matter. So it's this idea of people being unable to reconcile their issues either due to mutual disputes or due to one person being violent. And as a result, they feel more isolated from each other the more time that they spend together. And like in a perfectly quirky everything fashion, John uses the relationship between the Lone Ranger and Tonto to kind of express this metaphorically, which is really weird and out there, but is also just idiosyncratic and fun. I just love this song, man. I just think it's so fun and addictive.
It's a good ass song.
And another song that talks about this idea of the inability to be able to truly communicate in relationships that are full of self-interest is The House is Dust, which is this kind of somber, clattering downbeat track that recasts, well, doesn't necessarily have to recast, but like it imagines a family divorce as this kind of terrifying, self-defeating beast. It has lyrical allusions to Radiohead's Morning Bell, which I'm sure are not unintentional. I enjoy the way that the song grinds to a halt halfway through for a solo piano outro, which is very pretty, and in which the narrator expresses the desire to be present at the end of existence, to see how far all living creatures can make it. And it's a beautiful kind of image as well, and it's quite sad and tragic. This idea of wanting to escape so badly that you want to be as far as away as possible from the current time that you're in, genuinely at the end of existence, burning up with the rest of the world. Yeah, I think I've touched on pretty much almost all the tracks there. I haven't talked about Duet much, but that is an amazing song, and I want to co-sign everything I've said about it. It's another example of juxtaposing traditionally beautiful sounds with incredibly dark subject matter. It has
Phoebe
a very
Bridgers type
evocative-
beat.
It has a very
I was
evocative
thinking that
flavor.
entire time Tyler's been talking like these past 2 minutes. I was just like, Phoebe Bridgers did a lot of that too, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's almost like that was like 50% of what I said about the Phoebe Bridgers album was about her doing that.
Yes, you did. This idea of like watching an impending apocalypse but feeling powerless to do anything about it, lacking the energy or the ability to intervene.
Feel that.
But then there's also an amazing like character development in this song, where towards the end of the song, the narrator kind of starts to find the courage within himself to fight for the protection of the things that he loves, even if he can't value his own life. He starts to kind of like put the lives and concerns of others ahead of himself, which is an incredible kind of development. And it's a very poignant conclusion to the song, as he just kind of like screams like, if it's going to happen, let it happen now. And the song, the band just explodes into this like gorgeous string climax with these serrating guitar lines. Just amazing. Yeah. I mean, I will say there's one song on the record that I don't particularly care for, and that is the song Armaland. Sorry to say, I'm actually quite surprised how many people like that song. It's comfortably my least favorite song by this band.
Yikes.
I don't hate it though. I like it. It's another apocalyptic track that continues on a string of songs that deal with this theme of like death and dying, and a depression is this apocalyptic thing. It uses the symbolism of riots as this kind of purifying fire that will begin the ultimate destruction of all things. And I like that well enough. I just don't find the song particularly pleasant to listen to. It's got a stuttering, mathy start-stop quality that I kind of find irritating, weirdly enough, and has these weird clashing tones between the verse and the chorus where it kind of feels like they're smashed together from different songs but don't really belong together sonically. But I mean, look, I respect it, but it ain't me, that song. And also, I think another weakness of this record in terms of its structure is that it's just not quite as tightly structured and cohesive as their other records. It starts really, really strong. It ends really, really strongly, but I think there's a lull in the middle. Even though I like the songs in the middle a lot, especially Choice Mountain and Undrowned, I do think that in terms of the actual sound of the record, it lulls for a string of songs that are just a little bit too long. It lulls, like in terms of being really quiet, and it picks up with Radiant again, but that feels like it's just a little too late in the record for that. So it's just a bit structurally a bit uneven, even though the songs themselves are mostly really, really good. A couple other notes as well. The interlude track Arc, I want to point out that this is actually the second half of a fuller song that has been cut off from the full song and chucked in the album. The full song is called Or/Arc, and it's a bonus track. And my personal opinion is that the record would be, well, that issue that I've just said about the flow of the record would be almost completely fixed by replacing this interlude with the full version of the song, which is actually noisy, propulsive, a rock song that has this kind of like more ethereal outro that is what is cut out of the song and put here. And I just feel like that was a really weird decision.
Why did they do that?
I don't know. I don't have anything against the art interlude. I just find that to be a weird decision. Speaking of bonus tracks as well, I just want to offhand shout out the bonus track No Plan, which is an amazing song. Should have been on the record. It sounds like 2005 era Block Party. Like, I mean that. It sounds
word?
like it
does
sounds
sound like
Alarm
that.
era Block Party, and it's an amazing song. And I love it. It's just insane and noisy and fast paced and really fun.
Whatever happened to Block Party?
They made a really, really shitty album.
I was about to say they started making bad music. That's what happened.
I'll go to bat for their fourth album, which is underrated. But other than that, yeah,
that's a good album.
They have fallen off. Anyway, one more track to mention is the closing track, Don't Try. I like how the record actually ends on an uplifting note. So we've had all this kind of depressive stuff, but actually, like, not just sonically, but lyrically as well. This is a song about like encouraging the unnamed subject of the song to speak up about the suffering and depression that they're living with, to get help, to actually open up and share their feelings. And it does this in quite a straightforward and meaningful way. I particularly love the line, "I know you think you're in a bottomless pit. Hell, I'll be at the bottom, waiting with my shivers and shakes. The ground's not rushing up to meet you just yet. Oh, earth is but a garden, forget about your guarded aches." The rhyming and wordplay there is like astonishing, and just the meaning of that line is so wonderful as well. Like, it's encouraging and beautiful and optimistic. I love the bouncy vibe of the track. It has these kind of like really bouncy drums and slashing guitars again, and these booming strings, and a gorgeous choral outro as well, which lasts for over a minute and ends the record in a really nice way, I think. And it almost feels like like it's representing some kind of like rebirth, some kind of like ushering the much suffering protagonist of the record into something new and something better. I like the way that the record ends on that note. But yeah, overall, I think this is conceptually a very strong album. I like those three themes that I've discussed: depression, obsession, and communication problems. And I like the way that the tracks touch on those in unique ways, much like Man Alive. I just think really my only issue with this is that it's just not as structurally tight as their other records, and it could just do with a little bit of a reshuffle, maybe a couple of tracks taken out. But the highlights here are as good as the highlights on any of your other records. Really good album.
You know, it's funny, when you were talking about Armorland, if you go back, after Morgan said, "Care to elaborate?" his face did not change the entire time you spoke, and it is a testament to how well I know him, because I can tell that at one point he thought exactly, "What? No!"
Yeah. Look, I'm sorry. I just think the song sounds a bit messy.
What song?
Armorland.
I was referring to how Morgan looked when Tyler was talking about Armorland, and at one point his eyes shifted, and I could just tell he was like, "What the hell?"
We like to lambast August for his nonsensical takes, but we rarely acknowledge that Tyler is prone to a few of his own.
Look,
I think we all are, to be perfectly honest.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm going to be honest as well. Like, if it were me, I really like the song "The House Is Dust," but I would have taken that off the album as well. Just because.
If you want to hear about my nonsensical takes, we've got some coming up.
It's a lull. See that whole stretch from Arc to House Is Dust is just too much of a lull in the record, my opinion.
Sure. Are you about to talk smack about Get to Heaven?
Not quite smack.
We shall see. All right, let's
He's going to.
Let's do favorite tracks.
Yeah.
I'll go first. We'll go reverse order this time.
Oh yay!
So my top
thing. There you go.
I can't wait.
My top 3 songs are Kimasabi is my favorite, then Duet, and then Torso of the Week, which I realize now are like 3 consecutive tracks on the record. So, and Cough. It feels really bad leaving Cough Cough off as well. That first 4 songs is like god tier stretch of music to me. Yeah, and I give this record 8 out of 10.
Saoirse.
Hello. My top 3 are The Peaks, the one Tyler doesn't like, and Undrowned. And my least favorite is probably Torso of the Week. Sorry. And I'm going to give this another 8.5.
Fellini type beat.
I was about to say, somebody better call Federico Fellini.
I hope that our listeners, whoever they may be, are also somewhat film fans, because so much of our references will be lost.
I mean,
on
it's like Zach and us, so.
them.
Even if they're not, they'll relate to me whenever you talk about anime, which is just like a dead stare.
What? No, the anime fans will relate to myself and Jake. Especially
And then there's
for that
Morgan
Kill
who's
La Kill
listening
reference.
and knows what's happening, but refuses to acknowledge it because he doesn't want any part of it.
Okay. Morgan, your
Okay.
favorite tracks.
All right, so my top 3 are Don't Try, Radiant, and The Peaks. And
Not
my-
Armorland.
I won't lie, it did hurt a little to leave it off. Tyler is a police officer. My least favorite track is Torso of the Week. And overall, the album gets a strong 8 out of 10.
Very good.
I am
All
a
right.
fan.
This album, for me, despite my kind of issues with it, I still think it's pretty good. It's got a lot of songs I like, some of those being Cough Cough, Feet for Hands, and probably Undrowned as my 3 favorites in that order.
Nice.
Least favorite, I'd say probably the interlude track Arc, just because I too listened to like that fuller version of what the song is, and it feels like just such a wasted slot on the album to have
Right.
that there.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
it's weird.
I agree.
I don't even have to listen to the full thing to be baffled by that decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would give this album a solid 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I think there's one other instance in their career where they use an interlude track, and it's much better for the pace of the album than that song is. Anyway.
Yup.
Let's see here. My 3 favorite tracks are going to be Duet, Radiant, and Undrowned, in that order. Least favorite, probably going to say Choice Mountain, and I give it a light 8 out of 10.
Very good.
Sweet. All right.
Very on
Lads.
brand set of ratings, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It do.
Okay,
Right.
you guys want to just move
So
on?
if
Yeah.
Undrained if Undrained is a song you would sing to a child who'd been sent to hell, the band themselves, they want to get to heaven.
You said that with such confidence.
The song
I
is
knew
called
it was shit somewhere.
Unchained.
Like you were holding that and you were fucking Humphrey Bogart looking into the camera.
Going to
No, I
your-
knew
Get
it was
this done
dog
in
shit,
one
don't
take.
worry.
going to
I
eat
knew it was
paper
dog
again.
shit.
Do it.
Okay, Jake, why don't
Of
you
all of the
introduce...
milk bars in all the world.
Jake, you're the person who like
Yeah,
listens
you introduce
to.
this record and you can talk about it first.
Yeah. Okay.
He's heard this album like
1,000
I don't know.
times this year. I
1,000
didn't even have
times
to
this
take
day.
notes on it just because, yeah, that too. I mean, technically I have listened to it twice today. But yeah, Get to Heaven is their 3rd album. I don't think it's a stretch to say it is their most beloved album as well. It is sort of like, it's difficult to describe it, I think, at this point as being like, stand out from their sound because it is so emblematic of what they are as a band. Like, it is very clearly a moment they have been building up to. I feel like it combines the ambition of Man Alive and the more focused sonic approach that we saw in Arc. And yeah, this album is it's kind of it's about as close to perfect as music gets, honestly.
I wonder
I
what
would-
Jake's gonna give this.
Yeah,
A 4?
I would like to say, regardless of what we decide to do, like, order-wise of Fever Dream, I would also like to go first on that segment, just because I don't have a lot to say, but what I have to say I feel is important. That being said, to focus back on Get to Heaven here, I think that maybe I'd say the first 6 songs is in contention for, you know what, I would even, oh god, fuck, this is difficult now, I'm looking at it. You know, fuck it.
Well, it's
The
just
whole
the whole
album,
thing.
yeah, I mean, front to back, I have grown to not just like every song here, or even like my least favorite tracks. My least favorite tracks are songs that I would consider the better songs on the other 2 albums, to be frank. And it is just one of the
Hello,
most
Frank.
consistently, thank you. My name's not Frank. But my,
You said you were
like,
going to be Frank.
well, god damn it. I'd say that it is one of the most consistently inventive, catchy, hook-filled, and still incredibly unique. Like, no other band could have made this album. I know that's probably kind of a nebulous term to assign this, but it is just so very quintessentially them. And, like, every single song, in Saoirse, your review on Music Board for Arc, I believe you said something to the effect of, there is a reason to love every song on this album.
Yeah.
I would say that is true about that album. I would also say that is doubly true for this, because it is a song that somehow manages to combine the progressive density of their sound and topple it onto the catchiest album they've ever made. I think To the Blade is one of my favorite album openers in existence, just because it starts off as this slow kind of song, and it's just, you know, like, the lyrics kind of lead you along, and you kind of have the vocalizations that follow the lyrics, the and then just in, like, it still surprises me when it happens, but, like, I think it's like the 3rd time where he repeats a specific set of lyrics, and then the song breaks down your door, and it's like, fuck you, and then it's just like his enormous vocal roar that just erupts, and it's so surprising, and you're like, whoa, okay, you've got my fucking attention, and then the album never releases you from its grip from that point on. And, like, it's just, it also, I think thematically, this is basically a culmination of everything they've done thus far, but I think it is even tighter on this album than their previous 2. I love especially the song Distant Past, which is a super catchy song, like a very, you know, beloved song just in their, like, canon. But the thing I love about Distant Past is that the sort of chorus, it directly contradicts itself in a way that a lot of their music does, in the sense that you feel the main character's struggle on this song is to sort of want to return to the distant past, maybe when they saw the world in a more naive light, and when they were happier. But then also the next set of lyrics directly contradict that and say, like, you know, you want to go back, but then, you know, don't send me to the distant past. And it's like this state of just being like, I want to move forward, but I want to move back. And it's a really fascinating way of combining that approach in their songs. And then there's the title track, which is one of my favorite Everything songs, period. And it's mainly just because of how catchy and sunny it is. Like there's some of their most odd lyrics since Man Alive on this one, and it paints this interesting little portrait of like sort of the bogged down in modernity that they touched on in their previous albums, where you've got the character in the song that's like worrying about these like ridiculously small, silly, stupid things, like where they parked their car or whatever as their carcass is about to be picked by vultures, or just like some insane stupid thing. And it's like what was my password to this thing, and just all of these little tiny modern complaints that when you view them in a vacuum, it's just like how needless and unimportant they are. And then you go into Regret, which does the whole like clap along thing that they've sort of done a couple of times in their music, and that one's just like a song that I have to struggle not to sing along to it, just because it's so damn catchy.
Yep.
And one of my favorite, like, this album is full of like moments of sound and production choices where like one thing will happen one time, and it's so specific and unique that it's so memorable and so distinct. And one of them is at the end of this song where they do the regret refrain, and then it just follows up with this little laugh you hear in the background of ha 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 ha. And I fucking love that shit. I eat it up. I love that so much. And it's it also sort of tunes up the humor of their music, and the absurdity is very much in full force here. Like more so than any other record, I think. It's the satire and humor and darkness is like perfectly blended together evenly. And then you go into Spring, Sun, Winter, Dread, which is like one of the catchiest songs ever. Yeah, exactly. It's just Spring, Sun, Winter, Dread. I don't want to get older. And then just like there's so many, like I can't remember which song it is on the moment, just because I listened to this album in like a 5-song suite where I kind of forget some parts of specific songs, because this is again a really eclectic album. But there's one part where I can't remember if it's on this song. It might be on the previous track, but it's the you are a thief and a murder or two and
It's on the same track.
I fucking love that shit. It is so like he goes full blown into like rapping the lyrics, and it is so like with his distinctly British voice, it sounds so nice. And then you go into something like The Wheel is Turning Now, which is a song that I think would feel like right at home on Arc. It's a little bit more formless and like less structured than the other ones, but it has this sort of build and rise to it that's just super compelling to listen to. And then Future 500, which is like, it starts with this like weird electronic, like kind of manic sound at the beginning, and then the way that transitions into like the horns later in the song is just so bizarre, and it's such a great idea. And it also kind of pulls you into the narrative a bit of the album more. The whole like the more of the financial side that we didn't really see like a whole lot of on Man Alive, that I think was expanded on in Arc a little bit more. But like the idea of wanting to take advantage and achieve success in like a capitalistic society. And then there's Blast Doors, which I did not take to as immediately as I did the other songs, but as I listened to it more and more, it's sort of like The Wheel is Turning Now, where the build of the song and the just relentlessly catchy vocal melodies that he employs in this are just so sweet and perfect. And then it goes to Zero Pharaoh and No Reptiles, which like Zero Pharaoh is really kind of an extension of the previous song, at least sound-wise, and it's a little bit more subtle of a song with its subtle ideas. I repeated myself there for no reason, and it's also just an insanely fucking catchy song. And then No Reptiles, which is this like one of my favorite everything lyrics, which is it's okay to feel like a fat child in a pushchair.
Right. Feel like a fat child in a pushchair.
Yeah.
Old enough to run.
And it's like with a
Old
lyric
enough
like that,
to
you would
fire a gun.
you'd think that it would like kind of undermine the beauty of the song there, and it really doesn't, just because the metaphor they're going for does work. But I love the way that song builds and becomes just so pretty, especially at the end. And then I guess technically speaking, we closed the album with Warm Healer, which is the weakest song on the album for me. That has not changed since I started listening to it. It has grown on me a bit. It is just mainly by merit of the fact that the other songs, I think, are like as perfect as music gets. And it's just a little bit of a letdown. There are specific parts of this song that I think really work. It's a bit anticlimactic for such a big sounding album that this is. And it just sort of, it kind of goes out with a little bit more of a whimper than a bang, and I would have kind of preferred the opposite. But I do like the whole like theme here of the story kind of being told of like the character trying to, like, being unable to heal the maladies of people so far, and it's just sort of like grown away from him, his ability to do so. That being said, Tyler did recommend to me that when listening to this album, I should listen to the deluxe edition because it has the bonus tracks, We Sleep in Paris, Habsburg Lip, President Heartbeat, Brainchild, Yuppie Supper, and Only as Good as My God, which personally I think are all good enough to be on the album proper. I don't really know why some of them aren't, and I don't know why something like, I don't know, I kind of feel like Only as Good as My God and Yuppie Supper would have been more fitting ends to this album than Warm Healer. Warm Healer just sort of feels like a bonus track, but I feel it improves the flow of it just because of that anti-climax that we don't get. Because I think, just to go over the bonus tracks very briefly, just because it's not the core album, I think We Sleep in Paris is a good song, albeit on the weaker side. Love the sort of like warmer vocal melodies in that. I think Habsburg Lip is one of the best songs on the album because that song is so fucking catchy. And God only knows what that song is about because I don't know. I just...
Still working on Maggie's farm, still wanking with a robot arm.
Exactly. It is them at their most unhinged, and I just have to appreciate that. And I think President Heartbeat is also a song that thematically works in the record. It is fucking great, and I don't know why it's not on the album proper because it's perfect.
It's like a delectable slice of 80s new wave pop, and it sounds like a 2015 song at the same time.
I tore my headphones out on accident.
My favorite.
I just like to say,
slice of new wave 80s pop.
But this album is very new wave, and I do feel like that shows through a bit on Brainchild, Yuppie Supper, and Only as Good as My God, which, as like a 3-song little arc to end the record on, is pretty fucking great, just because all of those songs kind of slap. And I feel like Only as Good as My God, thematically speaking, is just more of an appropriate closer for the album. And like, if I had to differentiate my ratings for them, I would say the deluxe edition of the album is the way to go and what I consider to be the definitive format for this. That being said, if you are a fan of your album, like, you know, not slightly going over an hour and just want something a little bit more trimmed down at the sacrifice of a slightly weaker ending, you will want to go for the normal version, but I implore you to listen to both. And just as a closing thought for this record, it is just so endlessly catchy, and it never stops being so. It feels like the band fully realized it is them at their absolute peak, firing on every cylinder. I don't know how a band can come up with, like, most bands couldn't come up with like 3 songs that are this catchy as every song on here. And I don't know. I just think that it is so dense instrumentally and even lyrically at points, even if it is a bit more digestible than something like the more rambly and even the more heady parts of something like Arc or the first album. But that being said, it's just so easy to come back to and to throw on as a casual, fun, summery listen. It is such a eclectic and fun album, and I never grow tired of it, and it has grown to be one of my favorite albums ever and currently resides in my top 50. So I love this album a fuck ton, in case you haven't guessed.
Nice. I just want to interject real quick, just to add something about the two different versions of the record. While I agree with you, Jake, that I think that Warm Healer is the weakest track on the standard edition of the record, and I'll talk more about that when I do my actual review, I do think that thematically it is the best song on like across all 17 tracks in terms of like tying it up. Not in terms of like tying up the story, in terms of ending the narrative of the record, and I'll talk about why in detail. But I recommend the bonus tracks not as like a continuation of the album, like in terms of like the form of the album is 17 songs long. I just recommend them because I think they're very fucking good.
Yeah.
And I can see why they were cut and why the band are actually not massive fans of them as songs. Like they aren't quite as they don't quite have the complexity of for the most part, they don't quite have the complexity of all the songs that are actually on the record, but they are very good. And so, but don't feel like you fucked up if you didn't listen to them, because the record as a statement is as To the Blade to Warm Healer, and the bonus tracks are just additional variations on the themes of the record. Very good songs. Check them out if you're interested, but don't panic if you haven't.
If you are a fan of the core album, I would say it is well worth your time to do so. Very, very, very much so.
Yeah. Anyway, since we're going in that order, August, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Okay, so I think, and I think we've all kind of agreed on this, that Get to Heaven is definitely Everything's most immediate album. And that's not an unfair statement to make. It just simply is. And I guess I'll go track by track because that seems to be the direction my notes want to take me. So To the Blade is a great opener. I love the really subtle little drum build, the kind of little drum building. Like before the first chorus. Mm-hmm. And after that, the drums just explode out and just emanate throughout the song. And that chorus is like almost scary in that it just comes out of nowhere and just trapped. And let's see. And it is pretty much just a hallmark of what's to come on the album, because it is a masterfully structured song, and this album is packed with nothing but like really masterfully well thought out, well crafted songs. I know I made the joke, I want to go to the distant past where I hadn't heard that song, but that was a joke in favor of I wanted to hear this again for the first time because it's really fun.
Yeah!
What I love about this song, and this might be a bit of projection, but I really love how the instrumentation on that song almost sounds extra synthetic and like programmed as opposed to a lot of the rest of the album. It sounds, at least to my ears, a bit cleaner. Drums sound a bit more programmed. I already said that, but and that drop in the middle of the chorus is just so rad. And that electric, yes, exactly. Yeah. And just the electric guitar on this song is just so good. And really just, this album utilizes the power of Jonathan Higgs's voice to the fullest. Another
Those
song
guitars
that does
as well
that.
have that same like stabbing staccato quality that a lot of the band's songs have.
Absolutely.
One of the things I love about them.
And the next song, title track, is really good. It kind of plays as this parody of like really terrible like high-end resort commercials you'd see on TV.
Yep.
Yes.
Except it's addressing obviously a topic much darker than that, than the lyrics, than the veneer of the lyrics will lead you to believe, which is another great thing this album does. It comes off as like, at least on the first half, it comes off as a very happy-go-lucky, uppity album, but it is not. It's
out in the cold.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the thing, like I said on Arc, they do that thing of juxtaposing a very pleasant, bright sound with quite dark subject matter, and they do it on Get to Heaven as well.
Yeah. And I would say I think this is the better example of that, especially with just like the really sunshine pop and psychedelic chorus of the title track. And then the next song, Regret, is a really great song. I almost wish it was called Regret, just to go with the theme of the band having songs that repeat word titles.
Did you think that everything would change?
Yeah. And that is a great reference to themselves they put on that song.
Yeah, it is. It's really satisfying once you catch it.
Gosh, and I love how that song delves into like really kind of more psychedelic rock with that regret refrain throughout the whole song. And it just makes it very distinct in the track list. Spring Sun Winter Dread, even on a track list of already relatable songs, manages to top them all and become this horribly relatable song that it just preys on the idea of not wanting to get older, wanting to stay young forever. And
harkening back to Distant Past a little bit in that regard, which is
yes,
super relatable.
And Distant Past, I will argue with your interpretation, because I would say that song to me speaks more as a song about wanting to escape an inherently technological world, but also having such reliance on technology and it being so integrated into one's being that at the same time you have this dichotomy of not wanting to go back, but having this kind of almost false obsession with the distant past, so to speak.
No, honestly, I mean, I agree with you. I think that's less a contradiction of what I said, more an elaboration that just makes the point better.
Okay, no, fair enough.
It's basically the same thing.
No, fair enough. And at this point, I think the track list kind of starts to falter for me personally, because The Wheel is Turning Now is a great 3-minute song that happens to be 5 minutes long.
Fair enough.
And
Tyler.
Yeah.
That one had to grow on me, but I love that album.
I've heard people say this opinion before, so you'll just go ahead and get it over with.
Okay. No, but
Tyler,
thing
you
is,
fucking normie.
I genuinely do love the 3 minutes of material on the first 3 minutes of material on this, and there's one line that really caught me. Can't let the colors mix on the streets, which is a line on that song that speaks now almost even more heavily than it did in 2015.
Ouch.
And yeah, very good song. Blast Doors is a quite good song. I don't think the next 3 songs from like Blast Doors, Fortune 500, and Zero Pharaoh, for me at least, they don't really keep up the energy in the same way you describe it as, Jake. I find those songs are just, they get a little mellow. Not a bad
Zero
thing.
Pharaoh slander. You hate to see it.
Well,
nasty. Despicable.
However, now we're going to get to the song I really am excited to talk about. The song I mentioned as being don't try, except way better, and that is No Reptiles.
You are not incorrect.
Which I think it's got this fantastic instrumental build up once again with drums, similar in a way to first song, To the Blade, except it just goes in this instrumental direction that is like exactly where you wanted it to go, and you kind of didn't even realize that's where you wanted it to go, and it just,
those dark pianos, man.
Yes, it just does it so effortlessly, and it's so good. I also really love how
kill a stranger.
Yeah. So don't you be a stranger. And after like 9 minutes of like this really bleak downer album, it gives you almost this false sense of hope that maybe things might be able to turn around. And it is just like just being able to express yourself and not be restrained by society, even if only for like one brief moment in time. It's just a fantastic song. It's just great bittersweet relief. I absolutely love it. I think it's amazing. And I guess the last song, Warm Healer, it's a nice closer. I think you guys have already done a good job explaining like how it just is kind of an anticlimax. I almost wish the record ended on No Reptiles, but it does have that thematic.
I think the thing is that No Reptiles is the climax, but like Warm Healer is the epilogue of the album.
Yeah.
Like an epilogue denouement kind of thing.
It's fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing. I wouldn't replace it though. I would not take it off the record.
I think if the record
same.
I think if the record ended with No Reptiles, it would just finish too abruptly. I like the come down of the final track, similar to like the Don't Try on the previous record.
That's true.
Like there's a few parallels between the peaks and Don't Try and Reptiles and Warm Healer.
Yeah. If anything, maybe it should have not been like a 6-minute song.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it could have been 4 minutes. That would have been just fine. But yeah, overall, I enjoy this album a lot, and I really love the danciness to so many of these songs, and how they just have this feeling that they could just loop on for infinity, and just keep going with new ideas, and yet they just everything seems to pick the perfect places to cut these songs off. And it's pretty good.
It's random thing here, but the end of Spring, Sun, Winter, Dread, just the fucking guitars at the end of that song, fucking rule.
Solos energetically.
Oh, it just feels so good to listen to. It's pleasurable.
Yeah,
that's what
my ears feel good.
And yeah, I guess maybe if I spent like another month or two with this record, I might be to like a Jake Morgan Tyler point. But for now, I think it's good. It's a really good record.
I would recommend letting it stew with you.
Yeah, I mean it's only gotten better for me as time's gone on. So
Amen.
Your turn to speak, by the way, unless you don't want to.
I would actually prefer that Saoirse go before me.
Okay.
Just because my thoughts on this record will be comparatively very brief.
Okay.
I like it. It's good.
Well, I mean,
hello.
Who are you?
This is a record that, not in full, but certain songs I have lived with since release, like Regret and Spring, Summer, Winter, Dread. I'm going to say some things that might be interpreted as me being a lot more negative on the album than I am. I think it's a really good record. This is, it is, though, as people who've been following me on the music app would know, this is the one I have rated the least highly on that app, but it's still quite high.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
The thing is,
disgusting.
I'm disconflicted on it, to be honest, because, and again, the thing I'm about to say is not something I think is a bad thing. I think that the band on this record have sacrificed not their musical imagination, because that is all over this record, disapplied in different places, but a lot of the musical complexity for a more hard-hitting pop appeal, which I think these are some of the best songs they've ever recorded across any of the albums, several of them. Even if this is my least favorite record of them, they have many of my favorite songs of theirs on it. I think the opening 5 songs are one of the best sort of 5-song opener any band has ever done. And I think that I am
would
totally
agree.
with this record up until the end of and up until the end of song 7. When I was listening to the Blade, something that I really noticed about the mixing there is like it's a lot fatter. The mix is a lot fatter,
Yeah.
and part of that's because like the
She
band
thick.
the band use a lot of clean bass most of the time. They're sort of coming out of that the same era of British indie rock as Foals were with their early I would never compare this to later Foals music, but early, like the first record or 2
They've
Foals
toured
put
together
out.
multiple times. These two bands,
Really?
Sorry?
I would love to see them.
Foles and everything have toured together. They're often
Oh,
they're
wow.
good friends.
Yeah, that makes
and
so much sense.
a lot of
Doesn't
their
shock me.
fans, a lot of their fans are
Mhm.
like there's fan crossover, pretty heavy fan crossover as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because I think they come from the same scene and draw from some of the same musical influences. But a trademark of that scene is like real clean bass. It's a lot of notes very quickly. And what we get with To the Blade is when the chorus hits, really, a lot of distortion on the bass, hitting the notes very slowly, and it leads to a much more like sledgehammery type effect, which I loved a bit. I love that in all kinds of music, but Distant Past I loved a bit as well. That was a song that only caught snippets of on the radio when it first came out. So for years I've had the chorus like, take me to the distant past, I wanna go back in my head. I've had that in my head for years. It was only when I listened back to the song for this album that I heard the rest of the song and I was like, wow, the whole song is amazing.
Shock.
Again, Get to Heaven is euphoric in its chorus, I would describe it as. It's using so many of the same musical techniques they do in terms of not in terms of their musical schizophrenia, as it were, but in terms of the kaleidoscopic guitar work. It's all over the chorus of this, but it's all in the higher registers. It just leads to the feeling of like one of the best pop verses you will ever hear. And it's, like I said before, it's not that they've sacrificed musical imagination, just musical complexity. The imagination is still there. Like the opening of Regret, that's something they would never do on any of the other records. It just doesn't fit in with the oeuvre. But here they're like, we are going to go flat out to make people happy. We're going to do it with the same level of imagination that we did previously. And that's how you get shit like regret, and then when it hits the chorus, and did you imagine it in a different way? It is verging on orgasmic. It is transcendent.
Oh, I mean, I ruined
joyous.
my shorts. I have to change.
Gross, but not inaccurate.
Yeah, relatable. And then Just Spring, Summer, Winter, Dread is that's a song that I have loved since it first came out. But when I was young, when it first came out, I would have been at the school I got expelled from still, so it would have been about 16, I think. But that seems like too long ago for when the record came out. Anyway, that is a song that when I first heard it, I was like, I'm a young person. I do not want to get older. And now when I listen to this, when I'm like 22 and I've stopped growing and I'm about to become an adult, there's an existential dread of a record. The joy is gone. It's been replaced with fear. But it's equally.
I still don't want to get older.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like sort of like the existential angst of Brad Dourif and Wise Blood when I listen to the song now, which is an amazing film that no one's fucking seen, but here we are.
Very good.
I love Fortune 500, and this is one of the perfect examples of the band bringing in way more explicit appeals to a mainstream pop influence, because boy, does this remind me of Rihanna's S&M in its melody so much. The line where she
Oh my God.
yeah.
Whoa.
I'm at the
Whoa.
gates, I'm climbing over the wall.
Exactly.
I don't know what to do with this information.
There's
That
another,
was my reaction when I first noticed it.
there's another
When
melodic
I first,
interpolation
yeah.
I'm going to talk about when I get to my review as well. That will surprise
Yeah, but like when I first noticed, I knew it. I couldn't place it. I thought it might be like a Lady Gaga song, like Bad Romance or something like that. And I just turned it over my head, and I turned it over my head. And when I realized it was S&M by Rihanna, I nearly like broke down in the middle of the street. Like,
Just like you just throw your phone down like the guy in that No Head Vine.
yeah.
Break the skateboard.
Yeah. But but it's after this song in where I feel like the exchange of musical complexity for pop appeal I find less compelling. It's probably just a taste thing. I just feel like the thing is, when you hit the transcendent heights of those first 5 to 7 records, that is a strange kind of alchemy that they were lucky to repeat those 5 times. Normally it is just by chance of being in the right moment at the right time with your band jamming.
Huh. I'm genuinely surprised you don't see that on Blast Doors as well, or like you seem not to.
Well, Blast Doors and Zero Pharaoh are songs I genuinely, and I've heard the song a fair few times, I have no memory of them at all. And I think it's because they're doing very similar things. It's just, it's not hitting those serotonin buttons in my head.
Tyler, I'm gonna need you to stand up
why.
for Zero Pharaoh here soon.
Girl, if we wasn't abolishing the police, I'd have your ass arrested.
No, but it's just, I will not say anyone is wrong to like them. There's just something about them I can't tell you, but the buttons in my head,
I'd
when you
beat
press
you
it,
up.
makes.
I mean, I'm
Okay.
gonna call you wrong for not liking them.
But there are buttons. I'm just saying, there are buttons in my head, and when you press them, they make me happy. And these don't do that, and I can't quite tell you why. But I think it's a really good
Relocate your
album.
buttons.
I think the Reptiles is solid. I think all
Solid.
of the songs here are solid. I think all of the songs here are baseline.
I actually
really
disagree.
Good.
I think it's a liquid.
Well, look, technically,
Goodbye.
it's a sound, which means it's a gas.
Okay, I can't see that, August.
Yeah, I
It's
don't.
the
Why do you have a flip
podcast.
phone?
What?
Do you tweet from a flip phone?
I didn't even think
Yes.
to question that.
Anyway,
What?
but what I mean is, that's what I was trying to get at. Is like, yeah,
This has gone off
I
the
love
rails.
that line. I do love that line. But the thing is, it's like I said, I am going to say a lot of things in my opinion of this album that make it come across like I like it a lot less than I do, because I really like it. And I think all of the songs in here are baseline, pretty fucking well done, you know? They are all baseline, amazingly well put together pop songs with an extraordinary amount of attention to music composition, and an extraordinary amount of creativity and imagination. I like and it might just be because I listened to the first half of the record before the second half of it, and my expectations were raised that much because I love those songs so much. But yeah, I love the first half. I think the second half is really good. I just want it to be as good as the first half, really.
That face when it's better.
Very good.
Is it?
Morgana?
I'm just kind of confused by Saoirse's statement that she listened to the second half of the record, the first half of the record first. Not not because it's wrong, just because it's a weird thing to mention.
No, I'll it's wrong. It's wrong.
It is.
Well, I listened
but,
to the second half first. I just didn't know.
Yep.
Yep.
Organic,
Okay.
organic chemistry.
I'll stop harassing Saoirse for a bit. This is a record that I'm kind of sad that it was my first Everything record, because it felt like we could only go down from that. Just because I will go ahead and say that I was happily shocked to find that was not true. Yes. But from a song by song, almost moment to moment basis, this is one of the most ingeniously well constructed pop albums I've ever heard in my life. To the point where it's like sometimes I put on like the example that Lindsay Ellis uses is that Fellowship of the Ring is a movie that is so good that it makes me angry. This is an album that is so good that it makes me angry. It flies in the face of expectations and hopes and dreams, and just delivers on so many things that I didn't even know I wanted. If my dog would shut up, please. Give me a moment.
He concurs. There were barks of agreement. While Morgan is away, I will shout out I will shout out the bonus track Only As Good As My God, which has the words defenestrate and latte in the same sentence.
This reference the Saddest Hotelier song.
Wait, what?
Boom. Morgan's back.
Oh, I wasn't paying
With the
attention.
dog.
I wasn't paying attention to you.
I guess he's going to hang out for a little bit.
Jasper! Hi, Jasper.
But yeah,
Hi,
this
doggy.
is just one of the
Oh,
best
hi,
albums.
doggy.
Shut up!
You were saying it's one of the best albums of all time, Morgan.
Yes, I was,
My
because it
favorite
is.
customer.
And it's just such an immense achievement of a record, and I love it dearly. And that pretty much concludes my thoughts. Although
Morgan,
I will say,
you're an immense achievement, and I love you dearly.
oh, thank you. Right back at you, King. Although I will say the only in-depth thought that I really have is that, dude, what is your deal?
Yeah, I have that thought when I listen to it as well.
Yeah.
Dude, Jonathan, what is your deal? How are you so talented?
What kind of fucking New York voice is that?
I don't know.
Deal should be a game show where you can win money by making deals.
That sounds like it would be in the song Feature 500. Oh, he dead.
No,
No,
I'm
he's
not
Not
dead.
dead.
I just hit the wrong button. It's just what I was saying was that No Reptiles is the best song that this band has ever made, and maybe ever will make. I'm in awe of it every single time I listen to it, and the build up as the synths are rising, as the fat child in a wheelchair line goes, as it goes from just almost just like quiet synth and delivery of the line to these immense titanic soundscapes build up around it. It's one of the most incredible things I've ever heard on any album. And
it's really a line that acquires a lot of surprising emotion by virtue of just being repeated over and over in the song. At first time you hear it, it's weird, and then he repeats it and again and again and again, and it just becomes weirdly kind of emotional.
Yeah, everything are really fucking good at not letting the repetition hinder their songs whatsoever.
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
The name of their band.
Yes.
But No Reptiles is such a good song that I refuse to believe that humans made it. It's like
Higgs confirmed alien.
It's like how Street Spirit by Radiohead, like the story behind that song is that Tom York says he was a vessel and it poured through him, and he doesn't even claim responsibility for it. And I
makes sense.
think that statement applies completely to most of this album, but especially No Reptiles, because that song was Oh,
Oh,
thus concludes my thoughts. I added so much to this conversation. Thank you so much.
You're
No, no,
welcome.
We were doing some Jonathan
very
Higgs
good
vocalizing
song.
for a second. You were just like,
it has been so much fun listening to you all talk about this record that I haven't.
And now I'm going to explain why you're all stupid.
No, you're all right though. Even like I even understand Saoirse's criticisms, even if I disagree with them.
I wouldn't even call them criticisms, though, because all of those songs are good. They're really
like,
good.
Minor reservations then, but
Sure.
Oh,
but
I also will say that I will make up for this lack of what's the word I'm looking for?
input?
Yeah, I guess because as I'm going mad in depth on the next one, I'm going Tyler levels. Let's
oh
get
shit,
it.
Oh,
I'm
wait.
so excited. I literally
boy.
don't have a clue what any except for maybe one
This,
of you thinks.
this
about
will
the
be
next record.
perfect because Morgan
You know
can
what
go
I
right
think,
after
'cause
me and do exactly what I do much better.
You commented on my review,
Yeah,
Tyler, so
yeah.
you know what I think.
I did. So I know what Saoirse thinks of the next album, but I don't know what anyone else thinks of it. So I'm very excited for that. Anyway, Get to Heaven. This was the first record by this band I heard. I listened to it in March of 2016, which was very shortly after I had just moved away from home for the first time to go to uni. This is one of a very small number of records that when I discovered it, I literally listened to nothing else for weeks. Or like days. I don't know. I probably did listen to other stuff, but like it was on every day. It was on repeat every day. I was walking to class. I was walking all over this new city that I had just moved to, and this was the main soundtrack. And so I know this record like I know my own parents. Like I know this record like I know
I did
my
not
family.
think you were going to say that.
My own.
I know this
Penis.
record like I know my own penis.
That's what I just said.
It happens on this podcast all the time.
I know this record like I know my own penis. Yes, but or any other appendage. The point is,
Like I know my big toe.
Another trademark of this concept. This pod. Jesus Christ Almighty! This
The Devin
podcast.
Townsend concept.
The Alan Parsons concept.
Dams and D.
One of the trademarks of this podcast, besides wrong word usage,
And
is
Tyler and Morgan fighting.
just yes, and is just fixating on the most unimportant metaphors or similes. Just being like, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
I didn't expect you to say that. That was dumb.
So the album's good, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I'm crying a little bit.
Okay. So yeah, I love this album to bits. I listened to it probably like I don't know if it's the album I've listened to the most, but it's certainly up there in terms of like records in general, not just by this band. Certainly the one I've listened to the most by this band, but in general, it's up there as well. And so obviously you've all talked wonderfully about the emotional connections you have to the record and how it sounds. So I'm going to mix things up and as usual and talk more about the concept of the record and the ideas that are expressed in it, because I think that like the previous two records, it's another thematically dense, complicated and richly rewarding album in terms of what Higgs is writing about and how the band are capturing that in their music. So this is the point in their discography where Higgs's fascination with human failure turns outward. So this is a less topically insular and psychological record than art, and it's more socially concerned. The record also shifts from a sole examination of self-destruction to interrogating the roots of violence more broadly, and terrorism specifically as an example, but just the destruction of other things besides the self, and I guess the relationship between self-destruction and outward violence. Higgs's central thesis with this record seems to me to concern the relationship between the horrifying and the mundane. How people who commit acts of terror are much more quote-unquote normal and everyday than the media images we get portrayed of criminal masterminds. And this is
Big
a
full
theme...
line speech.
Sorry?
I said Big Four Lions beat.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, I misheard you. Yes, Four Lions. Yes, an appropriate reference point. Yeah, so this is the theme that's touched on in a number of songs. There's 4 specific songs that I'll touch on first. First one is To the Blade. And To the Blade is, in John's words, a letter written to someone who has done something terrible. And it basically contemplates this idea of confronting some unthinkable terror, of imagining and even attempting to sympathize for that person who is trapped in the moment they met. I want to point out the lyrics. No one saw it coming. Nobody could see the underside. He was straighter than an arrow pointed at a target in his mind. And his bow was his anger, but his blade was this cursed time. So it's this idea, this interrogation of like how you confront someone who has done something unthinkable, basically. Of course, instrumentally, it's this explosive opener to the record. I don't really need to add much to what you've already said about how the song sounds. It has these heavy, fuzzed out riffs that slice through the atmosphere like a bomb going off. And like you could imagine like that the person who is being addressed in this song might be someone who has done some horrible, violent act. And I like the way that the violence of the song sonically could kind of reflect that. A person who is unassuming and quiet and does something violent and horrible. A song that is unassuming and quiet that becomes violent and abrasive. I love the manic energy of the instrumental bridge. Again, those slashing guitars. I love the way the vocals just come crashing back into the chorus again towards the end of the song. A wordless coo that melts into a bewildered scream. It's super, super fucking incredible. One of their most remarkable songs. And again, this theme of people, of the mundane and the terrible, of people committing unthinkable acts is kind of touched on again in Regret, which is a song that's about grappling with terrorism and basically how easy it is that people can slip into radicalization and violence with much less push than people think, and also how elements like class and race offer certain privileges in terms of evading suspicion as well, because there's always this media framework as well that Higgs is interrogating in terms of how these things are conceptualized. So this song has an individualized narrative. It's one person pitted against the world, the media circus thrust upon them, feeling like a grenade, but also coming to the realization that the fantasy that they had of a wondrous martyrdom is actually a banal, twisted projection of the paranoia and self-concern of others. Did you imagine it in a different way? Like it's this idea of like having grandiose ideas that through your act of terror, through your act of violence, you will cause some kind of rippling change, when really all that happens is that it's just a big media circus of nothing, basically. Like it's basically it. And this theme is again touched on quite terrifyingly or like unsettlingly in the song Fortune 500. Incidentally, this is a side note, but I want to point out that Spotify has misprinted the names of 2 of these songs. It calls Fortune 500 Future 500, which is
I have a rip of the CD, and it does that on mine as well.
And also the bonus track We Sleep in what you called We Sleep in Paris is actually called We Sleep in Peers.
Wait, Spotify didn't do that misprint for me. You've got both of those right.
Okay, well,
I think it's regional differences.
I should mention,
reason.
speaking of misprints, on certain versions, the song Fortune 500 is misprinted as Future 500.
That's
he said
that's what we were just talking about.
Wow.
I'm so happy that this isn't me doing this for a change. It's so refreshing.
No, this podcast, the other theme is dementia. We all are just slowly developing dementia.
Caretaker type beat, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, as I was saying, this theme of like of normal people doing acts of unspeakable violence touched on in Fortune 500 again. And one of the most unsettling and even scary songs that the band have ever recorded. It's a great storytelling song. It takes the perspective of a narrator who has murdered the Queen of England, basically. Not just murdered, trepanned, which is like which is an ancient practice of boring holes in the skull to release spirits. So basically, at the opening of the song, this
Having a
person has
normal one.
tray-panned the queen and is trying to escape from Buckingham Palace while sirens are going off, dogs are running around, and this person is basically having a complete psychological breakdown. The brass sirens underlying this song are a dark twist on the aesthetics of royal music and this idea of like the brass instrumental, but also representing the alarms that are ringing as he makes his escape from the palace, which is a nice like parallel. So these typically gorgeous sounds are recast in this nightmare story of a tragic figure in the depths of a manic deluded frenzy. But like the song and the record more widely casts this tragic figure not as a mistake of his own doing, but the logical product of the world that was depicted in The Wheel, which is this world where leaders are deified as transcendent, omnipotent figures. And I want to touch on that song as well.
It's
I'll
like
get to that song.
that song on the Ark.
One other song that touches on this theme of like being driven to kind of violence for or like becoming violent as a result of the kind of mundanity of the world is No Reptiles. So I pretty much co-sign everything everyone said about the song. I liked Morgan's particularly emphatic adoration of this song because I love it that much as well. So basically, John is almost rapping at the start of this song about the feeling of extreme social alienation, viewing everyone around you as inhuman, practically animalistic, separating yourself from them to the extreme that you feel justified in destroying them all. Cleansing
to kill
everything.
a stranger.
Yeah, cleansing everything in a purifying
So don't be a stranger.
fire just to feel something. Hating your country, specifically hating Britain, which is what Higgs has said he's writing about on this record.
There's a lot to hate about it.
There's nothing great about it, some might say.
I see
yeah,
what
hating
you
your
did there,
country,
you cheeky bitch.
hating your country to the extent that you see nothing worth preserving, not even yourself. You live only to end it all and to hopefully feel something in that grand, tumultuous, fiery ride to oblivion.
That's
to be given,
relatable.
To be given just one night to feel like you might be on the right path, the path that takes you home. It's simply the band's
That's something
finest.
actually that I've. Mm-hmm. So I just want to say there's something I've noticed actually a lot about the darker stories on this album is like there will be individual lines that in the moment I take to be kind of euphoric and affirming. And then as soon as I get into it, it's like, oh no, that's horrible, that's terrifying, oh dear.
Yeah. I think someone said this song was I think it was August who said this, who interpreted this song in an optimistic frame, which I think is valid, whereas I interpret this very much not in that frame. But anyway, I think it's.
I guess I interpret it as like bittersweet optimism. To
yeah, and I'm going to touch on that in a second because I agree that it's bittersweet. But like, yeah, I think it's the band's finest and most moving song. I think it taps into something desperate and sad and elemental and quintessentially human. The darkest of moments as representing something essential about the experience of living, and viewing that as something that's not solely beautiful or tragic, but bittersweet, like August said. It's an amazing song. So yeah, that's one theme of the record. This idea of like people who of the world kind of pushing the mundanity of the world and kind of the insanity of the media circus pushing people to the breaking point. Another theme of the record, which is related to that, is that Higgs examines the ways in which we've become desensitized to horror by a political and socio-economic reality that is cartoonish, surreal, and stranger than fiction. This is particularly pointed on two songs. The first of them is the title track, Get to Heaven, which Higgs himself has explicitly said is about expressing horror in the everyday, how terrorism desensitizes people to feel that any day could be their last. I adore here there's a juxtaposition between witnessing something tragic and terrifying, which is the image of someone setting themselves on fire, and then ignoring it in favor of the trivial realities of the bourgeois everyday, remembering passwords and searching for a good restaurant. With the central refrain, we can get to that heaven. It could either be read as the subjects of the song deluding themselves with reassurances, or it could be read as a defiant attempt to carve out a more beautiful, if idealized, future. So I like the ambiguity there. It's just a really beautiful song. Also, a fun side note, the chorus, the melody in the chorus, "There's bodies in the road," is a direct interpolation of the chorus melody of "Once in a Lifetime" by Talking Heads.
Holy shit.
You are right.
I knew it!
They're going 2 for 2 on melodic rip-offs of classic pop songs.
Yeah,
And they are very Talking Heads this
it's
year.
A reference. It's a reference. Yeah, it's only
As mentioned.
I'm
it's only an
joking. I'm
interpolation on
joking.
that
I'm
one
joking.
line. But yeah.
It's
Also,
hardly
shout out
pushing
to the
500, is it? Like,
shout out to the absolutely dominant rhythm section on that song as well. It's fucking
Fuck yeah.
incredible, bass and drums. I'm loving the bass. I'm loving the drums. Anyway. So yeah, this idea that we've become desensitized to a horrific reality is also expressed on the song "The Wheel," which is the most explicitly political track on the record. It specifically touches on neo-fascist conservative groups in the UK, but also it's since the song has been released, it's become more explicitly applicable in America and elsewhere as well. It plays with the idea of it plays with the idea of leaders as godlike figures to whom the people mindlessly adhere or elevate to a large degree through their own psychological subservience. As in the lines, "He laid his hands upon me, he took a hold of my life." There's very kind of like religious imagery that's subtly being weaved in here, in terms of like worship specifically. I like, I guess people could be, it might not work for you, but I like the more minimal pointed outro of the song, which turns the narrator's gaze more accusatorily to the public at large. Do you want to know how far you've come? Do you have any idea like what you are responsible for through your complicitness? Like self-interest breeds self-destruction. That's the theme that the band keep coming back, that Higgs always comes back to in his writing to some extent. But here the effects of that are much more tangible and devastating than they have been on the previous two records. And a lot of that is to do with just the context of this album and how or how it has aged, specifically in terms of the political climate it was born out of and the political climate that followed it. It's not just the abject image of nuclear annihilation anymore like it was on their earlier stuff. It's something more immediate and more deeply felt. It's the subjugation of countless people in the name of like deifying the few. So super relatable, and just it feels like with a song like this, they're hitting at themes that they've always interrogated, but more directly than before, more pointedly. The writing is just more, is just easier to grasp onto and just more affecting. And then they even like, even on a record like A Fever Dream, which is even more explicitly political, they build on that as well. But it's especially strong here, I think. I love that song, The Wheel. It's a great song. What else?
Excuse me.
So as well as looking outward in terms of like this theme of what breeds terrorism and like what the cartoonish media circus reality that we live in, there are also some songs on the record that are more insular, that are examining the psychological reality of people who are tortured by a sense of personal failure that a failing world has instilled in them. So specifically the song Spring, Sun, Winter, Dread. So probably the catchiest and most addictive song on a record full of them. This is kind of a wistful ballad about growing older and more jaded with every year, repeating the mistakes of your own past and of the generations before you, which is a theme that ties directly back to their first record, specifically the song Leave the Engine Room, which is very similar topically. So there are images in this song of the relentless burden of the unstoppable time. So the hands loom heavy with only an hour to go. Like time is viewed as this kind of overwhelming, like physical force. That has like a weight on the protagonist. Like the protagonist is feeling the weight of their own finite existence pressing down on them, pushing them to a breaking point. And I like the way that idea as well kind of sets up the previous track, Regret, which is kind of about what happens when you pass that breaking point, when you're pushed past that breaking point and you snap. So that's really cool. Another track that looks at this kind of like sense of personal failure from a failing world is which song? Blast Doors. That's right. So Blast Doors is an amazing song, one of my favorites on the record. It is a manic, addictive, breathtaking piece of music about, from my perspective at least, it's about viewing yourself from the outside and becoming kind of overwhelmed by self-criticism. It's a song about attempting to push yourself into becoming a better person, but getting lost in the self-loathing. The narrator in the song interacts with himself as a twin figure, at once the narrator's collaborator and critic. The two of them isolating themselves from the world, building an empire in their beast heart, fighting against neuroses, the time wasted refrain on the bridge, which incidentally is a fucking transcendent bridge and like blows my mind every time I hear it. But not just neuroses, but also lacking the motivation to do anything other than self-destruct. You say you're going to change, but you don't have any time. And time as well is a theme that the band will return to on the final track as well, which I'll get to. Yeah, the bridge breakdown on this track is just one of my favorite musical moments in any of their songs. So I'll wrap up my thoughts on the rest of the songs I haven't covered yet. So Distant Past is a really, really fascinating, fun track. So it explores this idea of history. I mean, from my perspective, it explores the idea of a history that seems doomed to repeat itself, of this perpetual desire to return to an idealized past that doesn't exist, and the harm of this idea and the way it cripples progress. The metaphor is also complicated and built upon by references to the really distant past, the evolutionary development of humans. There are lines in this song that talk about that make reference to humans as like beasts and apes and like the evolutionary roots of people. And basically what it's contemplating like how we have these fatal flaws that have always existed and even in our most primitive form, and that no matter in what sense you want to go back to the distant past, you'll never be able to go back far enough to fix like a fuck up about humanity that is just intrinsically built into us. And the fact that they managed to get this very complicated idea, I think, across in the format of a propulsive, catchy, addictive pop song is, I think, one of their most impressive achievements to date. I think this song really is a real masterpiece of music and of philosophy to an extent as well. What else? Oh, there's two other tracks I haven't talked about. So Zero Firo. This fucking song. Holy shit, I love this song.
Yes. Go off, King.
As you should.
So this song builds on the Wheel and Fortune 500 thematically. It examines the social psychology of a community experiencing a power vacuum. As the many desperately seek a leader, regardless of his moral fortitude, so that's a callback to the Wheel. They're desperate to be told what to do and how to live, while the rest struggle for the power themselves. And there's this narrator figure in this song who is like observing all of this. He's urging the many to rise up and think for yourself, to take your pharaoh and put him in the black sack. And there's a real sense of potent tragedy to the line, if all your children made it out alive, then why would you ever go back? Highlighting the sense of being drawn to the familiar, even as it wreaks nothing but devastation upon you. It's basically like the ultimate takedown of conservatism as an idea. Also worth noting, this is more of an aside, the repeated refrain in the song of "Gimme the gun, gimme the gun, gimme the gun," that was actually the working title for this album. It was originally going to be called "Give Me the Gun," which is interesting.
Appropriate.
I like Get to Heaven.
My favorite American football song.
Yeah.
It's literally no one's favorite
No,
American football
it-
song.
I was
Literally
gonna say, it's
no
like, it
one.
is not mine.
No.
I like Get to Hear
Find
the
one
title
person.
more because I think it hits on some of the kind of religious imagery and this idea of worship and this idea of an
Rolls
idealized
off the tongue better.
idealized vision of the world better than that does. But Give Me the Gun is also a great title in the sense that it distills the desperation and like violence of the record. The final chorus in Zero Fero is an excoriating screed against the ignorant, as the narrator reveals himself to be just as power hungry as everyone else. In the final line, he says, "I'm going to take it myself." It's a reminder that even the idols we hold up as representatives of ideas of liberation are themselves ultimately self-interested and will step on you ultimately to get something. It's a
A
cynical
zero
perspective.
pharaoh, if you will.
Exactly. It's a cynical perspective, arguably, potentially, you might disagree, but it's a thought that sums up the album as a whole. So I think that song's a masterpiece. I've already talked about how great No Reptiles is. Warm Healer, I agree with the majority that this is just the weakest track on the record by virtue of something having to be. Much like Don't Try on Arc, this is a calm after the storm track, though it's less hopeful than that song is, and it's more bittersweet, like No Reptiles' final moments. In this song, there's the line, "There's no more time. I love your face, but there's no more time." But to embrace, to don't look the other way, to exist only in a single moment, and to not think of the past or the future anymore. So that's that line, "Don't look the other way. I love your face, and there's no more time." Note that that line, "There's no more time." It's not we're out of time, but literally time is no more. And they're at the end of all things, and there's no more time left. And it's just ultimately everything is just boiling down to a final embrace into oblivion. Ultimately, the track itself is a little too long-winded. The outro is a bit too long. The powering down thing is kind of cool, but it goes on for a bit too long. And the track has this really nice like instrumental climax about 4.5 minutes into it, but it's too short. It like abruptly switches from that like beautiful crescendo to a more downbeat section, and I just hate that abrupt shift. I wish that the crescendo lasted a bit longer, but that's really it. The song has a really nice groove and melody as well. It has a start-stop beat to it, which is quite cool and catchy. I just wish it were a little bit more embellished is all. But overall, this record is a masterpiece. I think that there's so much density in these songs that rewards further reading, I feel much the same about this record as I do about Man Alive. It's a record that has a lot of surface pleasures, but rewards you immensely the more attention you pay to it. It's a fantastic defining statement. It deserves all the love that it gets. And it's just a beautiful like transfusion of the themes and ideas of the previous two records, but filtered through a distinctly present, more relatable, more tangibly real environment, like it's as in terms of referencing reality. It's less about the absurd ideas of like, is it less about absurd ideas and more about like genuinely being concerned with real world problems. And of course, A Fever Dream gets even more explicitly into that as well. But yeah, great album.
Yeah.
Right, so
Radiant.
ratings and
Side.
shit then.
Yeah.
I think this is going to do well.
Yeah, I think it is too. Jake, do you want to go first?
Yeah. I would say my 3 favorite tracks, which it's hard, okay? This was difficult. This was a Sophie's Choice situation that I did not have with any other record, personally, but I will say my favorites in order would be the title track, Get to Heaven, then To the Blade, and then Distant Past. And I love every song on here, so believe me when I say that the others, the margin of difference is minimal. And despite what I have said, I do have my like the most minor
of complaints with this record, and my lack of affinity for the closing track, and I think it flows better with the bonus tracks. And sort of all that being said, that leads me to give this album a score of 9.5 out of 10. A
I
very
was
strong,
surprised it wasn't-
very emphatic. What?
Surprised it wasn't a 10, to be honest.
Well,
I'm
yeah. I
surprised.
mean, I'm just saying it is just short of actual perfection. It is the closest things can
Wow.
get to being perfect. But that being said, it still has a couple pronounced flaws that do not hinder my enjoyment. But I know if they were fixed, I would enjoy it more. That is why I give it that.
Jake's
I
the
would round
person-
up though.
Jake's the person who doesn't give a 10 because he thinks art is inherently imperfect.
Yes, that is not untrue in the slightest.
But Jake does get 10s.
That's why you're a loser. But anyways, my three
Damn.
favorite tracks are No
All right,
Reptiles,
Mr. 7 out of 10.
To the Blade,
Art is inherently imperfect unless it's Phoebe Bridgers' Punisher.
You get me.
Sorry,
He's
I
right,
just
though.
interrupted you. Go ahead.
yeah, anyways, favorite tracks, No Reptiles, To the Blade, and Distant Past in that order.
Mm-hmm.
My least
Why did you
favorite.
go from Millhouse to Hank Hill in one sentence?
Why do you
I felt
mind your
like
own
it.
business?
Yeah, buddy.
Well, you-
Least favorite would be
Mine
probably
is
the
Jake.
closer.
Mhm.
Closer song, whatever
Warm
it's
Healer.
called. I don't. Warm Healer. Thank you. And I would give this album an 8 out of 10.
Whoa. Okay.
I'll take it.
It's quite good,
All right.
but I feel similar
Oh,
to
Morgan.
Saoirse.
About to
Thank
give the
you.
most predictable ass rating and favorite tracks ever in descending
I'm gonna
order.
give another 10. What?
I am. I'm still gonna have a lower average than Tyler and Jake. That's just true. I have given more 10s than
Yeah.
anybody here, and yet I'm still
Yeah,
the only
Yeah,
on the third in average.
it's true. It's so true.
Number one, my favorite track is No Reptiles, followed by Get to Heaven, and then Zero Pharaoh. And I will mirror the sentiment that Warm Healer is the weakest track on here by the merit of that it is not as god tier as everything else.
And what
And
your
it's a-
rating was?
Oh, it's,
What's the
it's like a
10?
10, like 15 out of 10.
Right, cool.
The
Go
best
ahead.
Pearl Jam album out of 10.
10 is not the best Pearl Jam album. What the fuck is the matter with you?
It absolutely is. I hate to say it.
fucking sorry? You what?
That was probably a bit over the top. It's a really good album, but it's just not
It's
the
a
best
really
Pearl
good
Jam
album.
Pearl Jam B-sides. We duel.
I just think that Vitality and Yield are both better.
Vitality has bugs on it.
Okay, Vitology I can respect.
It's a
Yield?
strong.
Yield is a
Vit-
great album.
It is. Vitality is a
So,
strong.
what are your 3 favorite
Do
songs?
you guys know what time in the morning it is here?
No.
Like,
You can.
Why
you can
would I
leave.
know that?
You can leave.
39.
All right, let's get
Right.
moving.
Well, anyway, I do not need to hear people arguing about Pearl Jam at 1 o'clock in the morning. But anyway,
Well, you're in the
uh,
wrong place.
anyway, my favorite track is "Distant Past" when Tyler waxed lyrical about what an achievement in philosophy, poetry, and music that was. I felt it. And then "Get to Heaven," and then "Spring, Sun, Winter, Dread." I don't want to get older. Anyway, my least favorite track is "Warm Healer," and it's getting an 8 from me.
Nice. So my 3 favorite tracks are No Reptiles, Blast Doors, and The Wheel. And my least favorite is Warm Healer, as we've established, and the record gets a 10 out of 10 from me. It's not beat around the bush.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
Whoa.
Next one.
Yeah, next one.
What is
Yeet.
it?
There are 20
This really is about to be as long as the Eminem episode.
Yeah.
Yep.
Their 2017 album, their post-Trump, post-Brexit album,
Yes.
Mhm.
A
And it
Fever
feels
Dream.
that way.
And I'm very
boy.
interested. I'm definitely like, if we weren't already doing a thing where I go last, I would definitely be enforcing that here because I really want to hear what everyone else thinks before I speak on this. So
I mean, Jake already said he wants to go first, but I'd like
Yeah.
to go second, if that's all right.
you can do whatever order you
Okay.
want. We'll go Jake, Saoirse,
Morgan, I guess.
Morgan, August. All right, sweet. Whatever. All right, Jake, let's go.
Okay, so this on Sputnik Music is tied with Arc to be their least rated. So, again,
Ooh.
tempered my expectations. And also, I tempered my expectations because, like,
This
I
is
feel
the
like it's
follow-up to Get to
unfair.
Heaven.
Yeah, it's the follow-up to Get to Heaven. So I'm just kind of like, I can't go in with the expectations that this is going to be another Get to Heaven because not only can you not capture that lightning in a bottle again, it's just kind of unfair. I have to meet the record on its own terms, and that was what I was going to do. And I actually did myself a bit of a favor just because, like, you know, as I said before, everything records kind of grow on you with time. And just because this is one of the two albums that I hadn't listened to up until a week ago, I spun this twice this morning just because I wanted to have my opinion on it more nailed down as much as I could, I suppose.
Tension is
Just
killing
because. And I will say that I find this album to be probably their most fascinating release in many ways, and most prominently in how I think this is better than Get to Heaven.
me. Holy shit.
Not by much. Let me stress that. I do not. I'm going to spoil myself a bit here and just say I'm giving them the same score. And the reason I'm doing that is mainly because I don't know how much this will grow on me, how maybe I will cool down on it a little bit. But let me tell you, every time I listen to this album, I liked it even more. And even I listened to it twice in the same 4-hour span, and I was just like, fuck, this is good. And
Morgan's making
Tyler
some
Min-
concerning vocalizations.
That's not me.
That's me, and it's an agreement.
that's
Oh, okay.
you had the sentiment earlier that everything like just consistently knocks out of the park with opening tracks, and it is with I would not put it lightly that what the fuck, Night of the Long Knives is my favorite fucking album opener they've come up with, and good fucking god, it's so good. I am absolutely addicted to those fucking warbly, fuzzy hits of electronic, like synths. They just come in and they just hit you. And this song is just it is apocalyptic. This is like I feel like this is intrinsically linked to Get to Heaven in a way, like a companion piece almost of like Get to Heaven feels kind of like it's building to an apocalypse, and A Fever Dream is the apocalypse, and you are watching it happen from several different perspectives throughout the album. But it is so fucking like it's probably their most cohesive work, full stop. I'd say it's not as immediate or punchy as Get to Heaven or even Arc, but I would say that it takes less risks, but yet it still yields more dividends by being more cohesive. And I think like just the tightness and texture of Get to Heaven is found here. It's just an entirely different approach. It's a more atmospheric kind of album. It's the most unlike anything they've done, in my opinion. I love the lumbering guitar and drums at the end of Big Game. They're fucking awesome.
the driving fucking just powerhouse beat of Can't Do. And this is probably the best example of the band's repetition being put to great use, in that I just think that the hooks are so sticky and the song is so great at building up to these moments that they feel euphoric every time they happen. The first track being a wonderful example of that. It's just like it has all these textures, and the performances by Higgs, I think, are like it's either this or Get to Heaven, but holy shit, does he knock it out of the fucking park on this album. He has to show so much more versatility, I think, than he did on the first two records. And it's so hypnotic and strong, and it has lots of very more mid-tempo songs. It's not as fast, it's not as poppy as the last record, but I like this approach. I like this direction the sound takes, and part of me hopes that they try and expand on that on Reanimator, just because I love this specific direction so much. And then we get to my favorite full stop everything song, and that's Desire, because oh my god, it rules. I cannot get enough of that fucking song. I had to willfully hold back not to shout the chorus at work, because it is such a fun, such a dark, fucking just brutal song, and it's so great. It's very Get to Heaven-ish, but with the distinct sonic identity of this album. It is generally less eclectic, but it's more of a mood, it's a vibe, and I feel like their energy has not dulled at all. It's just channeled into different areas and fills in these cracks in a really, really satisfying way. And it feels really thematically focused. I don't necessarily think that any of the other records weren't thematically focused, but this feels almost the closest to a true front to back narrative that isn't more elliptical and thematic. It is thematic and it is elliptical, but more a traditional portrait. And for that, I really, really like it. It also just kind of feels more personal. I feel like the lyrics on this album are very viewed and locked into the perspective from which it is sung. It is not there's not an omnipotent viewer sort of singing these songs, relaying these stories. It is very firmly inside its own. It's a ghost in its own machine. And I think that the album is super moody, and there's also just lots of talk about the connections with everything around you being sort of diminished, being crushed under the weight of this atomic bomb of horror and madness, and trying to survive it all, just sort of interpreting it as this fever dream so you can process it somehow. And I just think it is incredibly rewarding, and I at the moment I would say that it is very, very, very slimly my favorite record of theirs. But that being said, it has only been in my life for a very short time, so this could be subject to change, and I might go back to Get to Heaven because I genuinely love that record. But there is something about this album, it has that X factor of all the shit I look for in music, and it's it gave me something I didn't even know I wanted from this band. And I think to underrate it would be a crime. And that is what I have to say about A Fever Dream.
Wow. Well done. That was not what I expected from to hear. So that was
Now Tyler about to be 7, solid 7
No,
out of 10.
look, I'm not going to be dropping any hot takes on this record. Don't worry.
Word.
I'll drop you.
Jake,
Tyler
with Jake, about
only
Jake's review.
gets 8.
He's right, Jake.
He did
Jake,
a lot.
took so many words right out of my mouth. said so much that I want to say in pretty much the same words. He's right that it's a portrait, but it's a portrait of a society on fire, you know. When I
Can't wait to get my
reviewed this,
Criterion.
when I reviewed this on the music app, whose name I keep getting wrong, and I reviewed it as a fever dream you can't sweat out. Yes, that was a cheap Panic at the Disco reference, but it's also true. Like, heck, this is a fever dream, but it's an album that reminds you that while it feels like a dream, it's here to stay, really. A stroke of fucking genius move to open on a Hitler reference with Night of the Long Knives.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. Yeah.
The thing is, though, yeah, it's moody and apocalyptic and dark, but it's so dancey, maybe more dancey than Get to Heaven, but only just. So much fun. This album is the image of the guy in the Muppet hat doing a dab in front of a burning trash can if it was an album. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
Night of the Long Knives opens with these moody vibes, but my notes here says dancey as fuck. Desire, yeah, is big and moody and dark, but those harmonies are sexual. Like,
Yeah.
they hit in the major key and they hit in the high resonances. When he yells desire, it's like it hits me in the place that makes me feel like I'm in a warm hug in a very warm bathtub, you know. In the end, there's not much that I can say for a reason that Jake already said so much of it so well, but also because this is an album I'm going to need to live with for a long time before I can form cohesive thoughts on it. So I will speak very briefly about a few tracks, and then I'll talk very briefly about my overall experience. So we've got Ivory Tower, which does some amazingly audacious things with audio editing of vocal tracks to create a sense of rhythm. It kind of insane. Good Shot, Good Soldier, very thematically on point, and it's just a lovely melancholy kind of feel. If you wanted a dance electro pop band to do a version of Rise Against the Soldier of War, you've got it here.
I love that. It's so that's perfect.
Thank you. I love the title track. I don't know many notes on it, but I love it. And the song Put Me Together is also very good. The other songs are also very good. Rather Numbers is maybe the one I wasn't totally enamored with, but that might well change on a re-listen. So
that riff though, that riff on Rather Numbers when that comes in,
Yeah.
like
absolutely.
Man, that song, like the way it goes from like quiet to that explosive riff, and then you get this orgasmic chorus after the riff. Like, because when he's singing, like, I can feel it, and I don't care. Like, that's some of my favorite vocal work from John Hughes.
I'm just like, oh God, I feel it too. Oh God.
Yeah. Like, I'm
feeling
like,
it now.
Feeling
this is my favorite.
God damn it.
Don't get me wrong. This is my favorite album of theirs. I think all the tracks are really great. I love the closer as well, White Whale. I love that song a whole bunch. But this song brings in even some sort of glam kind of influences. There's a song called Big Game. There's a big Queen kind of riff on it. Reminded me a lot of some Queen songs. And it builds really well. And this band does slow builds to crescendos like no one else. And this album is chock-a-block with some of the best.
It is my fetish, and that's the whole album.
Yeah, like... So my overall experience with this record is that it is my favorite album of theirs, and it is my favorite album of theirs as a rock album. If their first one was my favorite, like, sort of indie album of theirs, and their second was my favorite mixing of rock music with intelligent song construction, and then the third one was my favorite album of theirs as a dance album. This is my favorite album of theirs as a rock album. And I think that aesthetic is well chosen to tackle the subject material. But yeah, like, my overall experience of it was like it's like of a brooding sense of yeah, like a fever dream. The album cover is what the album feels like, but it's also really fucking fun. It's such a good time. And yeah, that's where I get off on it. It's my favorite album of theirs. I want to sit with it more before I say more about it. But
I
yeah,
love these favorite everything album takes about this record, because I think this record is super underappreciated generally. So this is quite
Hell
cool.
yeah.
thank
Even
you.
if it's not my absolute favorite, I loved that it's getting this much love. Morgan.
Yeah.
Well, I could pretty much mirror every sentiment that was just said in the past half hour. I mean, I did temper my expectations just because Get to Heaven is so good. And then this album just came through like the monolithic titan that it is and bowled those expectations down and made way for an appreciation for this band that I didn't know I had and didn't know I wanted. And I think every track here is essential. And if I could go in depth about all of them, I will.
Please do.
Please
do.
So I will mirror the sentiment that Night of the Long Knives is their best opener. I mean,
Hell yeah.
it's both extremely danceable and catchy and fun, while also being terrifying, which is sort of a microcosm of the album as a whole, I think. Because, I mean, it's, for Christ's sake, it's a dance track about that takes its name after the night that Hitler murdered his political enemies.
Yeah.
It's like a perfect mission statement for the album as a whole. And it's probably my second favorite song of theirs. If No Reptiles wasn't a miracle of songwriting that I didn't know humans were capable of, this would comfortably be the best song in any band's discography. But here we are. Following that up with Can't Do, it's just a perfect example of how good this band is at making just transcendent pop music. It's like the hooks are absolutely unbelievable on it. But it's also sort of subversive in its melodies, I think. Like, it's never going to go exactly where you expect it to, but it goes somewhere that you're glad it did. And I think that's just kind of a statement on the band as a whole. Like this, they're consistently defying your expectations and giving you things you didn't know you wanted. Yeah, I will also mirror statements about Desire. I mean, the song, especially the chorus, sounds like planets crashing into each other. It's the most absurdly titanic, monolithic powerhouse that I've ever heard in pop music, and it's like the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. And it's euphoria, absolutely euphoric. Big Game is probably my least favorite on the album, but even then, I still like it more than my least favorite on Get to Heaven. I find it's absurdly like atmospheric, and it highlights the atmospheric bits of the focus of the album very well for me, even though if I find later places on the album, it does that atmospheric focus better. I just think it's really, really solid track that would probably be in the upper echelons of a track ranking on any other album. I think Good Shot, Good Soldier is maybe the most haunting track on the album, on an album full of tracks that rattle me to my core. I love the structure of it. It kind of focuses on this rigid beat until about halfway through it just blossoms into this immaculate flow, and then in the final like 15 seconds it goes right back to that beat, and it's like the song is in perpetual repetition with itself. Like if you press the repeat button and just listen to it over and over and over again, it would be like just one giant song that is meant to be played forever. It's I, I struggle to put into words how great it is. I will mirror Tyler's sentiments about Run the Numbers, because it's the loud, quiet, loud, or vice versa dynamic is something that the band plays with a lot, and probably the most notable example of this is To the Blade, when that song absolutely explodes. But I think Run the Numbers is an even better example of that for me personally. It's sort of, I don't like it builds and then it explodes into that absolutely titanic guitar riff and vocal passage, and then the chorus after it is like such a, like it throws me for a loop every time, but it's just so perfect. It they're juggling so many tones in one song that I just think it's emblematic of what the band does really well as a whole. And what I find most striking about it, though, is the lyrics, because I find that political music rarely talks about how sort of anti-education and anti-knowledge the right is. Like the core thesis of the song is like, I don't need your statistics, all you professors need to shut up. And like it's so brazenly stupid that like you wonder how anyone could ever think like this. And then you look around, and that's how the entirety of conservatives think. They think they're right about everything all the time when they're saying the dumbest shit ever, all the time. And it's like, it's such an absurd notion that like you just kind of have to stare at it and be like, this is really where we are here. And I feel like this song is just so good at putting that into one concise package. Put Me Together right after that is like just it's another song that highlights the dichotomy between the like the super sunny, or not necessarily sunny, but like the really gorgeous infectious melodies that this band puts together with the sort of really cutting and acerbic commentary about hate and intolerance in the world post Brexit and Trump. And I find it endlessly fascinating in that regard, because I'm like, oh, this is one of the nicer tracks on the album. And then I listen to the lyrics and I want to hang myself. After that,
I've literally cried multiple times listening to that song. Like, it's just so sad.
Can I just leap on the Run the Numbers thing very quickly? And
Yeah,
because what Morgan's saying reminds me so much of what I lived through the Brexit campaign. We have this politician over here called Michael Gove, who was the education secretary for many years. I don't know if any of you have heard of him. He's a twat. You're familiar. Well, he was on the side of the Brexit campaign with Boris Johnson. And there's this incredibly well publicized clip of him on the Andrew Marr show, which is a morning show over here, saying that we think the British public don't need experts anymore. You're tired of experts. Yeah. Which makes me want to just dip my head in the sand and wait until the apocalypse. But this album exists, so I can't, because I have to listen to it.
So I mean, it's fascinating because I feel like it never gets talked about, but conservatives are so anti-education because they're so anti-empathy. And once you sort of take a look around at the world and you get yourself educated and you start to understand more, your mind opens and you start understanding people, and it leads you to leftist policies, quote unquote. And then they frame that as communist brainwashing in colleges and stuff like that, because they're so deathly afraid of people being smarter than them because they should be.
It's on the list of the 14 hallmarks of fascism at the Holocaust Memorial Museum that being anti to freedom of education is on there.
Yep. So onto the title track, which we've talked about how good this band is at repetition and keeping it from getting old. I think this is absolutely the best example of that, because there's, I want to say there's like 6 lines before the song gets into the Lord, I See a Fever Dream part, where it just repeats and builds instrumentally, and it's just absolutely glorious. But I think the repetition works here so well because the line in question about the fever dream is so emblematic of the album as a whole. Like, I can't imagine a better title track for this. It just speaks to what the album's getting at, is like, this is so ridiculous and messed up that it cannot be happening, and yet inescapably it is.
Yeah.
And they just repeat that sentiment over and over while building with this incredibly lush instrumental. And it's one of the best things the band has done in their career. I'm completely in love with that song. Then we get into Ivory Tower, which I feel like I don't have as much to say about because it's one of the more straightforward thematically, but also one of the most interesting musically and in terms of delivery and sound editing. Like, it just feels as a whole so actively angry at the lack of empathy in the world.
Totally.
And it's highlighted so perfectly by the refrain of Ivory Tower and the sort of strange ways in which that phrase is chopped up in the sort of main refrain of the song. I also think that the song is like structurally strange, but also like genius. Like, I don't know who thought of that structure for this song. I don't know how that came about, but that deserves like a Nobel Award. It's fantastic.
Totally agree. The second half, like that song as a whole, like, but particularly the second half of that song is like musically my favorite thing in the band's entire career. Like, just the escalating chaos, this doom metal riff, but not played as a doom metal riff, but like it's like got a real quality of like paranoia to it, and it's just like it's increasingly louder and louder and louder and louder, and the band are like hammering on top of it, and it just explodes. It's just fucking insane, that song.
And like, it's not one of mine, but you saying that makes it want to be one of my favorite moments, because I completely understand immediately.
Like, just it's one of those songs where like as soon as you think it's hit the ceiling in terms of how like insane it's gonna go, it takes it a step further and just gets more fucking abrasive. It's amazing.
And I think, to backtrack a little bit, I think the title track also does the same thing, but instead of insanity, it trades in atmosphere and buildup. I feel like the song starts quiet, and then you get its climax halfway through, but then it just keeps building on the climax until like half of the song is just atmospheric explosion and climax, and it just keeps building and building in ways you don't even think of. And it's so good it makes me angry. And just continuing on with the track listing, New Deep is an interlude. There's not much to say about it, but I like it more than most interludes on any other album. I think it's, in terms of placement, I think it's really strong before going into White Whale. Yeah, I just like it a lot. White Whale isn't one of my favorite tracks, but in terms of the narrative arc of the album and the themes that it portrays, I think it's sort of the best way to end a record on a sort of light at the end of the tunnel moment. Like,
they
especially
try to do that, I think, on like most of their records. They try to end on like a slightly more optimistic note after a lot of dourness and negativity.
Yeah, and I think that's probably best done here. Even if I think Don't Try individually is a better song than this, I think in terms of the way it ties into the album, this is a lot stronger. Especially with the refrain towards the end of Never Tell Me That We Can't Go Further, which is like maybe the best phrase I've ever heard to sum up a progressive ideology. It's just never
Yes.
tell me that things can't be better because they can.
We stand. We stand.
It can always be better. And we, especially considering this album in the context of 2017, it felt like Jonathan Higgs was friggin' Nostradamus. And now that these years have arrived after 2017, it's sort of like you just really kind of, you saw this before everybody else did, didn't you? And here we are. This is the past 4 years in a nutshell, if you're a person who cares about other people. It has the atmosphere to properly convey that, and it has the monolithic, titanic, looming dread of the way that we've all felt the past 4 years, speaking for most of us, I think. But it's also just so obscenely listenable. Like, every time that you think the record is about to be unbearably dark, like a Joy Division record or something, it just comes along with the most danceable shit you've ever heard in your life, and you just gotta throw down.
Again, that's why I always like whatever descriptor I give this band, it always includes the word pop, because at the end of the day, they always return to that as a framework.
Yeah. You know, Morgan?
Yeah.
Really fucking love you sometimes. This is one of those times.
Well, I
Just
love
saying.
you all the time, so yeah.
Oh.
I just I am in complete awe of this album, and it makes me look forward to the day, and it also makes me believe that the day will come where it's no longer relevant. It's just, no matter how dark it gets, it just gives me hope for a brighter, smarter world at the end of all this, even if we have to go through some shit to get to it.
Well said.
Here.
All right.
Okay.
All right,
August.
that's the most talking I've ever done in my whole life. Okay.
August.
It was
August's turn to
amazing.
Oh, well, thank you.
great.
It was very lovely. August's turn to shit on this album, probably.
No, I mean, I've been anxious to talk about this album, excited even, because listening to everyone else, I feel like I heard an entirely different album.
I
honestly.
knew this was coming.
damn it.
I knew it.
I love you, but you suck.
Now
No, it's
look,
okay. It's okay. Descent is good. Like, it doesn't feel good, but it is good.
That's,
No,
if
look,
anything, the message of this album, isn't it?
Yeah, very true.
Now
Put
look,
that in the
if
hard pills
anything,
to swallow meme. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. Okay. Look, if anything, this is definitely everything's most focused album in terms of like the songwriting, the topics, the performances, everything they're trying to address is just right up front. They really feel like they know what they're trying to do on this album. I think the opener, Night of the Long Knives, is pretty good. Desire's a pretty fun song. I kind of like Run the Numbers, even if a lot of what I like about it is cribbed from other everything songs I like more. And Ivory Tower's a nice little explosive cut towards the back end of this album. But as a whole, I just find this album, the songs on it, I don't like the repetitiveness. It feels really stretched on a lot of songs. Kind of bores me, honestly. Feels really tedious.
I know the feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. It's a shot at me. I don't care.
Okay, August. Come on, we like to you know.
Like to
Have a
make
fun
fun of
tea.
me specifically. Yes, I know.
Okay. Everyone in this video call right now has had
No.
equal time in the roasting spotlight.
No,
It's true. It's
This is
true.
the
I'm-
development in our podcast dynamic where Morgan and I finally get past our differences and team up to shit on.
Yep, we have a
Oh,
common
what?
enemy.
And you say it's equal.
It is.
Sure. Okay. No, it is. I'm messing.
Aw.
No, I don't have a lot to say about this album. Nothing about it really grabs me at all.
Grab you.
It's okay.
Fair enough. Look, hey, it's you're not alone. Like, I don't agree, but like I know for some people this is not one of their better records. So I'm used to hearing the sentiment.
Oh, you sound so hurt, Tyler.
I mean, it's a stupid fucking sentiment.
You're a stupid sentiment.
I'm aware.
Is there,
Thank you.
do you have anything you want to say specifically, August, or is it just generally a blur?
No, I don't really have any specific thoughts.
All right.
I kind of like the tracks run the numbers and Ivory Tower's significant amount, but
Yeah.
it just feels like a culmination of all of everything's most mediocre elements into one album. Despite the fact that I find it so focused, it feels like an album I really should love, but it just doesn't do anything for me whatsoever.
That's okay. Look, I'm just going to file this under the already immense file of August reviews I simply don't understand.
How big's that fucking file?
It's my favorite file.
But look, I got
Saved it as a JPEG.
I got a lot. I got higher. I got better. My expectations have already been exceeded this episode in terms of August impressions of the music. So I'll take what I've got so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can only ask so much within reason.
Exactly. All right. So I realize this has been a really long episode, so I will try to churn through my typically lengthy analysis. It's not actually quite as long as some of my other analyses. This is the political album. I mean, you've already touched on a lot of what I'm going to talk about anyway, so I can skip through some of it. I mean, obviously there are elements of politics in their other records, especially Get to Heaven, but this is the most explicitly political one. This is the post-Brexit, post-Trump record, although to its credit, it also interrogates its own existence as that kind of record in a song like Can't Do, which incidentally Can't Do is thematically a bit more disconnected from the rest of the record, as it's a song that deals with writer's block. And more broadly than that, though, it's about how insufficient words and songwriting are to convey the feelings that Higgs is experiencing, or to convey how insufficient art is to convey the horror of reality in some ways.
It's only because he hadn't heard this album yet.
Yeah. Higgs feels the pressure of a platform, this repeated refrain of "It's up to me, it's up to me. I've got to write it again. It's up to me." As well as the expectation of a strong political, powerful statement following the tumultuous year that was 2016, and also how politically whip-smart Get to Heaven was. This sense of insufficiency, of failure, pervades this record, and it's broad and general enough here not to specifically refer to songwriting, of course, but the words get an additional depth when you apply them to any number of creative contexts, which of course is a sign of great songwriting. So yeah, shout out to that track. Broadly though, most of these songs are about the rise of neo-fascism in a world where people are driven by their most primal, base desires, where empathy and understanding are curbed into archaic ideals. Higgs pointedly underlines the current state in the opening track, Night of the Long Knives. This is an explosive banger that obviously in its title calls back to the infamous series of murders by the Nazis of Hitler's political opponents in order to consolidate power. Not relevant whatsoever.
Who?
There's a great foot-tapping plinky melody in this song that's super addictive. The bass line and stuff is really, really catchy. as a quality of all the best everything songs. The garish stabbing synths during the pre-chorus where he sings "It was a long time coming" are really quite initially off-putting the first time I heard it, but I've grown to love them. And that refrain itself, "It was a long time coming," apparently alludes to and subverts Sam Cooke's "A Change is Gonna Come," to reflect on how the rise of neo-fascism has been brooding for generations, and its ugly visibility is a symptom, not an outcome, of deeper systemic injustice. There's a sense of loss of control that the narrator reports, as in the line, "There's a car overturned and it isn't stopping anytime soon." And that kind of sense of loss of control and helplessness pervades this record. It's especially prominent on songs like the title track. But yeah, generally, there's more of a sense of helplessness and despondency to this record as opposed to the more righteous and forthright fury of Get to Heaven. Across this record, Higgs takes on various first-person perspectives in a more varied manner than he has in the past. For example, you get the narcissistic, self-appointed warrior. So I'll outline this a bit more broadly. So there are three particular different kinds of perspectives that Higgs adopts throughout this record. The first perspective is that of the narcissistic, self-appointed warrior, the person who is fizzling with hatred and constantly on the verge of violence. And this is outlined most pointedly in the songs Ivory Tower and Desire. Ivory Tower is a vitriolic, venomous song about existing in a vacuous bubble of egotism, not only oblivious to the suffering you cause, but ultimately unconcerned with anything except expressing hate and experiencing pleasure. As in the lines, "Do you know what makes me happy? When I clothe you in a swarm of bees. And the world is my ashtray, the world is my ashtray tonight." There are also lyrics here that obliquely tie this state of mind to its real-life consequences. I believe there's a line in the song that alludes to the murder of British MP Joe Cox by neo-Nazis, or by a neo-Nazi. There's a line that refers to that, which if you're British, you'll be intimately familiar with how horrific that was. Ultimately, the narrator in this song devolves into a swirling pool of obsessive ignorance as Higgs repeats and stutters over and over, "I am in my ivory tower." Ivory tower, of course, being like an idiom for being ignorant and being like above everything and observing and choosing to ignore. The melody here, as I've already talked about, is this doomy descending series of chords that are repeated over and over and gradually acquire a lumbering, bassy quality as the song progresses. There are these siren-esque guitar wails that clash against this lumbering riff as the song builds to an overwhelming, chaotic climax. And this perfectly simulates how this kind of increasing state of mind of like this feedback loop of hatred and chaos just continues expanding and building on itself until the point where violence is inevitable, where this protagonist is inevitably going to snap. That is such a powerful and angry and just venomous song, as I've already said. And this kind of mindset is also touched on in Desire, which is a song about inflated entitlement, self-obsession, and wishing the worst on the world out of pure spite. In other words, textbook for this band. But in a world where the self-interest of leaders feels more pointed than it ever has, or in recent times anyway, and where the violence of the radicalized right is as visible and ugly as ever, this song hits with an extra venom. Although to the credit of the writing, this could be about the radicalized right seeking to destroy an empowering and a gradually empowered left, or it could be more generally about the absolute fatigue of confronting a world that has left you behind. As in the lines, "Can I tell you that I'm empty? This is all that I see clearly." Where the only people that matter seem barely human, they have different colors of blood. And the breaking point is well and truly crossed. What the hell do I have left to lose? Really, really effective and powerfully captured on those two songs. So that's one perspective that Higgs adopts, this violent breaking point person. Another perspective he adopts is that of the blindly ignorant status quo pushers, or of people in power. And this is adopted pointedly in the song Run the Numbers, which is the first of 2 consecutive songs on the record that more directly interrogate Brexit. And in particular, the perspective of ignorant racists that are directly responsible. That said, there's an additional reading you can give this song, I think, building on what Morgan said. Like, you can read this as a song reflective of the hypocrisy of the anti-education right, or you could also read the song not just as mocking conservative righteousness, but also mocking liberal smugness too. That the current situation might be as much a consequence of outright bigotry as of blissful ignorance. As in the lines, I can feel it and I don't care. I don't need to run the numbers can refer to both conservatives refusing to acknowledge the material consequence of their self-absorption and liberals refusing to acknowledge the impending reality of their own ignorance coming back to bite them. And more pointedly, to bite people below them. The corridors of power are echoing with something for everyone, nothing there for you, and there's nothing there for me.
I mean, on that, historically, the idea is that liberals and fascists make very good bedfellows. You know, the liberals don't get hurt in this relationship.
Exactly, and that's what the song touches on so effectively. And that's why I love the song so much, because there's that nuance there. It's not just like blind anti-conservative vitriol, which would be cathartic and fun enough, but that's not simply sufficient for the band to be so didactic and two-dimensional. They're always trying to complicate their music, and that's what I love so much about it. And I mean, yeah. So yeah, there's that looking at blindly ignorant status quo pushes and run the numbers, but also in the title track to a certain extent as well. Although I like Morgan's reading of just reading it as just like a song about being powerless and not necessarily being ignorant, but having no sense of control. But it's you can apply it to both those kinds of perspectives. To me, this track examines the state of disorientation and a total psychological breakdown brought on by staring your darkest feelings right in the eyes and seeing the hurt that your ignorance has caused, but terrifyingly learning nothing from it, just spiraling deeper and deeper downward. The song parallels this with hypnotic, swirling repetition, invoking a sense of helpless, paranoid fear. The bridge of the song, "Be honest, you want it," adds a curious wrinkle to this theme, as Higgs seems to suggest that the state of chaos and confusion is basically something that human beings have asked for by virtue of their relentless, blind self-interest. And again, that idea of self-interest as self-destruction that threads through all of their music. Self-interest breeds ignorance by definition, breeding self-destruction. I hate the neighbors and they hate me too. The fear and the fury make me feel good. So that's another perspective. Oh, and also tangentially relative to that perspective is the song Big Game, which is, I agree with Morgan, the weakest song on the record. It's one of the more straightforward and explicitly political tracks, and it's basically an anti-Trump screed, filtered through Higgs's idiosyncratic writing style. Higgs himself has admitted that most of the lines in this song are just explicitly about Trump. So you get lines like, someone's going to prick that bovine balloon, that wrinkled little boxing glove, referring to obviously Trump's insecurity about his small hands and his size. Someone's going to pull your big trousers down and I think you might explode. So real kind of like cheap pot shots, right? But very like verbose and very Higgsian. But I think that because of the kind of abundance of Trump is like blank screeds that are basically a dime a dozen now on Twitter and stuff, this song loses some of its relative impact, I think. It doesn't quite feel as essential and doesn't quite feel as though it's contributing something nuanced to the record. Although I do also, like... Sorry, you go.
I was just going to say that it doesn't help that it's probably the least interesting sonically on the album.
Yeah, I do like... I like the lumbering riff breakdown in the second half, even though it feels a little bit clumsy and relative to some of their other riffs. I kind of like it because it kind of like... I get that the whole point of that boom, boom, boom riff sounding so clumsy and lumbering is that it's meant to simulate like Trump, like, you know, as a lumbering figure. But anyway, I still think there's a potent poetry to lines like, sing me a song from your dead-eyed scroll, witless and rank as a fat-filled hole. Like, those are lines that only John Higgs would write, and so I value them for existing. But anyway, yeah, exactly. So those two perspectives. We've got the narcissistic self-appointed warrior and the blindly ignorant, powerful status quo pushers. And then the third perspective, the more familiar one in terms of the band's writing so far, is the perspective of the hopeless and despondent observer, the person who is powerless to intervene, or at least perceives themselves to be powerless to intervene. And this is touched on in the song Good Shot, Good Shoulder. Good soldier. Good, I've been talking a lot. Good shot,
Happens
good
to the best
soldier,
of us.
which is one of the softer ballads on the record. It's frequently beautiful in its earnest, forlorn tone. It's fairly explicitly a track about power structures, how the binary roles of the powerful and subjugated are constructed, and they're given about as much arbitrary meaning as the people allow. Disillusioned with the world, the song's narrator questions what is really right and what's really wrong in a world of like senseless, desensitized violence. Ultimately, the narrator wishes that regardless of whether or not their understanding of the world is true, that some unnamed deity could siphon his soul from the air and take him to paradise. It's very much a relatable sentiment. It's an uncomfortably naked song. It comes with the same kind of bittersweet, wistful energy of the peaks and to a lesser extent, No Reptiles. And it comes at a beautiful point, a perfect point in the record as well. I adore this song. It's gorgeous. It's sad. And speaking of gorgeous and sad songs, Put Me Together, like, Jesus, man, like this song wrecks me. Building on and sort of in the aftermath of Run the Numbers, this is a heartbreaking ballad about xenophobic anti-immigrant sentiment in the UK, but of course more broadly about the sense of distrust that people seem inextricably drawn to. This idea that we assume the worst of people simply trying to live their lives with the same freedoms that we have. There's somebody washing the car and there's somebody watching the children, but they're nothing like you and me. That's about as simple, straightforward, and cutting a depiction of racism as I've ever heard in a song. Again,
it's particularly pertinent now living in the UK now with what's going on in America. There's this whole discourse about whether the UK has a similar problem. I think it's ridiculous we're even having that conversation.
Yeah.
You do. Let me put that conversation to bed. You do.
Yeah.
I know.
No, it's
Don't
not a
worry.
lecture towards you. I'm just saying generally.
I know.
It's hatred
the big
towards the bourgeoisie.
I
Yeah,
just
it's
adore
just-
how evocatively Higgs conveys that, like the it's very poetic and it's very moving. And the song is also complicated towards in the second half as Higgs drops lines which kind of suggest a sense of buyer's remorse among those who realize the full consequences of their ignorance. So lines like, give me a replay, I can work harder, I've been sleeping, I didn't mean it. These kinds of lines all become refrains in the second half of the song. And so it's kind of like a pushing to realize the consequences of your ignorance and to do better. It's ultimately a devastating song. I think it's one of the saddest the band have ever recorded. And then ultimately, this idea of hopelessness and despondence is wrapped up in the final two tracks. New Deep is a well-positioned interlude. That single line in that song, is there something wrong with all of this, or is there something wrong with me, is maybe one of the most relatable sentiments I've ever heard conveyed in a song. Like, I just sometimes just stop and think about that line for a bit. Is there something wrong with, or is there something wrong with me? Like, it perfectly captures the sense of like hopelessness and confusion and you know, that feeling that we all feel. And then it goes into White Whale, which is not one of my favorite songs on the record. I actually think it's probably my least favorite closing track of theirs. I like it quite a bit, I will say. It's a very pretty it's actually quite Radiohead-esque to me, this song. The second half of this song in particular, when the wailing guitars come in, it sounds so much like Lucky off of OK Computer. Like
Yeah.
every time I listen to this song, I think of the back half, the last 3 songs on OK Computer has that same kind of energy as that. But basically this song is again, a slightly more optimistic song about clinging to love and companionship as a life raft in the sea of shit that is insert current year here. I guess it depends. I guess Morgan is a little more optimistic than me in the sense that he interpreted the line "never tell me that we can't go further" as an affirmation, which I love, and I definitely am going to try and see it that way. But to me, I've always kind of seen it in the context of this song as feeling a bit deluded. This idea of because the rest of the song is just generally about being about clinging to this love that may or may not really be there. And it's this idea of not wanting to acknowledge the possibility that it isn't real, or that it's not what will save you. And he kind of adds some literary flair to this by giving it a sort of grandiosity with the line your love is like the white whale, an obvious reference. But at the same time, there is an optimism to it, and I suppose whether you read that optimism as sweet or bitter or bittersweet will depend on your outlook.
No, it's definitely bittersweet, I think.
Yeah.
I perceive it as umami.
Yeah. I do think
A little bit
also,
salty.
if I may drop a rare lyrical criticism from me.
What?
Oh no.
I do think that the first, hang on a sec, I'm gonna get these up. Because I'll probably fuck them up if I'm not reading them. I do think the first 4 lines of the song are kind of clunky. My mind is on the bad things, your mind is on the good things. These shadows fall on all things, but you'll love it as the lightning. I mean, it's poetic in its own way, but it just sounds a little bit clunky to me in the context of the song. Whatever, minor complaint. I have to actively look for things to complain about with albums that are perfect like this. But a lot of people love this song, so I can't take that away from them. Overall, a really, really powerful, affecting record. First, I feel like I should have seen coming how emotionally potent and how strongly a lot of you have connected with this album. For some reason, I didn't, and I'm just very delightfully surprised to see that there. It is a beautiful record. I think Higgs has said that with the new album, they kind of want to steer away from politics and more interrogating kind of humans on a more psychological level. So it will be interesting to see, again, how the lyricism, because it's developed in a particularly linear way, I think, for me. It'll be interesting to see how the band progress with the next record. I'm very, very excited for that one. But yeah, this is a great album.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most slept on of 2017, easily one of the most slept on of 2017. And yeah, adore it. So let's jump into ratings.
Yeah. Can I just say 2 things before we jump into ratings, if that's okay?
Yeah, go for it.
1, you should write a book on these people.
Yeah, I mean, really.
2, this is very predictable of me, but the whole time we've been talking about everything for the 4 hours, I've been drinking tea out of this Kurt Vonnegut mug, which is covered with Kurt Vonnegut quotes from his books. And as we've been talking about last album, I've been staring at them, so right in front of me, and I just wanted to say some ones that I think have just resonated with what we've been talking about, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 3 I want to say. The first one is, I still believe that peace and plenty and happiness can be worked out some way. I am a fool. The second one is, hey, guess what? You're the only creature with free will. How does that make you feel? And then the third one is, I love you, sons of bitches.
Beautiful. I love that.
I believe the second part.
Oh, man. All right, well, let's jump into our top tracks and ratings so that we can get our lists out of the way and wrap this up, because we've been going for a wee while. I'll go first, just to do reverse order. So my top 3 tracks on this record are easy. Number 1 is Ivory Tower. then Night of the Long Knives, and then close between Run the Numbers and Put Me Together, but I'll say Run the Numbers. And I give this album a very strong, fuck it, I'll give it a 9. I was going to give it an 8.5, but I'm going to give it a 9. You've all convinced me.
Okay, well, Tyler's going, so I guess we're going backwards through the acronym.
Yeah.
My favourite tracks are Desire and Night of the Long Knives, so they're real standouts for me, I suppose. Let's go with the title track, because why not? And then I think I'm going to re-listen to it, because you've all convinced me that it's really good. But Run the Numbers is the one I marked out as my least favourite, but I'm going to go back to it, I think.
Cool. Oh, I forgot to say my least
so-
favorite, which is White Whale, but still a good song.
In terms of ratings, I have been going between a 9.5 and a 10 in my head, and I'm having a hard time choosing for the reason that I love it to pieces, but I haven't sat with it for long enough to unpack everything in it, and sort of know how I feel about it. But I will say that it has made an astounding impact on me for the short amount of time I've had it. I think I will be conservative, though, for once, and just go with a 9.5, but I think that's still representative of how I feel.
Cool. Morgan.
So top 3 favorite tracks are Night of the Long Knives. Shit, hang on. The title track and probably Run the Numbers, although I must say it kills me to leave Desire off of there.
Yeah, fair
And
enough.
I respect it.
least favorite is a Big Game, but it's still pretty good, I think.
More like Big Gay.
That's me.
Oh!
It's a 10 out of 10.
Fuck yeah, man.
Maybe I can stop giving 10 out of 10s on this show.
Never apologize for loving music, or I'll beat.
Maybe I can
you.
start.
Oh.
Ominous.
Start
All
what?
right.
Loving music or giving 10s, either one. Joke word.
He'll
Well, I
steal
doubt
your
you're going to start with
enthusiasm
this album,
from
are
you.
you?
Hmm?
I said, I doubt you're going to start with this album, are you?
Nope.
I am just going to reiterate, though, August, that I love the way that you wrinkle the dynamic of this group. Like, I'm so glad that we have you, because
Yeah.
otherwise, a lot of times this would just be a circle jerk. And so, like, you just make
Yeah,
things
absolutely.
It's not at all untrue, and I
think we all
still...
serve a purpose of some variety. Like
Yeah,
that.
exactly. No one here is like redundant by virtue of another person. Like everyone has a unique like perspective. It's really good.
I think.
All right.
We're
Favorite
dope.
tracks are Run the Numbers and Ivory Tower. It's all I can muster up. Maybe throw in Night of the Long Knives in there. You know what? I will. My least favorite is probably I guess Put Me Together. I didn't really care for. And I would give this
Tyler and I don't care for you.
Yeah, I know you don't.
I'm being nice now. Come on.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd give this album like a 5 out of 10.
Fair enough.
Rip.
Well,
And
I guess I'll
Jake.
have to fight back against that rating. My 3 favorite tracks are, in order, Desire, Night of the Long Knives, and Run the Numbers. And just because... Yep, that's the one.
Run
And just
numbers
because
fast.
I said I was going to, like, just... Mainly because I haven't come to a definitive conclusion on my Get to Heaven versus A Fever Dream internal debate. They are of equal quality and standing. I will just have to wait until I find which one I genuinely prefer. That being said, I will award it a 9.5 out of 10 that is subject to either go up or down by half a point. Who knows?
I just want to say that August, you can be proud for bringing the average down from 9.4 to 8.6.
Jesus.
Hilarious.
All right.
Why
Okay.
can't I
Well,
find
let's do our top 10 everything songs and album ranking.
Yeah.
Let's just go in order. Jake, you can head off first if you're ready.
Okay, I would say my top 10 tracks are in, well, let me mention two honorable mentions that I when I was making the list, I was going through songs and I just sort of kept putting them in order, and I deleted all the ones that were like I think I had like 20 favorites that immediately came to mind, but I couldn't resist not shouting these two tracks out, even though it is 11 and 12, that being No Reptiles and Radiant.
Nice.
Then at number 10, we have Run the Numbers. Number 9, we have, is it, how do you say it, my boyfriend, your
Mikey.
boyfriend? Like
He's your boyfriend.
That's the one. 8 is Duet. 7 is Spring, Sun, Winter, Dread. 6 is Regret. 5 is Distant Past. 4 is To the Blade. 3 is Night of the Long Knives. 2 is Get to Heaven. And 1 is Desire. And if I were going to rank them right now, I'd say that there is a fierce battle for number 1 between A Fever Dream and Get to Heaven. And I will say, just for the sake of putting it all together, right now at this moment, I prefer A Fever Dream slightly. So that'll be my 1. My 2 will be Get to Heaven. My 3 will be Arc. And my 4 will be Man Alive.
All right.
Perfect.
My 10 favorite songs. Number 10, I have Photoshop Handsome. Number 9, I have Feet for Hands. Number 8, NASA is on Your Side. Number 7, I also have Spring, Sun, Winter, Dread.
Hey.
Number 6, I have Cough Cough. Number 5, I have My Key is Your Boyfriend. Number 4, I have Distant Past. Number 3 is To the Blade. Number 2 is Suffragette. And if it wasn't clear already, my number 1 is No Reptiles.
Whoop, whoop.
That is
And-
correct.
To see it.
Album ranking wise, I would
It's
say.
the right answer.
Album ranking wise, my least favorite album I think is pretty obviously A Fever Dream. Then I'd say Arc. Number 2 is Get to Heaven. And my favorite is Man Alive.
Nice. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Solid.
All right.
Morganeth.
So,
Morgan Transplant.
at number 10, we have Desire. Number 9, we have 10 parentheses, The Manhole. 8, no, hang on. I gotta change the order real quick. Okay, so at number 9, we have Peaks, and at number 8, we have 10 parentheses, The Manhole. At number 7, Zero Pharaoh. Number 6, the title track on Get to Heaven. Number 5, Don't Try off of Arc. 4, Run the Numbers. 3, title track on A Fever Dream. Number 2, Night of the Long Knives. And number 1, No Reptiles. And for
Hell yeah.
album ranking, just they keep getting better with every album. So at number 4, Man Alive. Number 3, Arc. Number 2, Get to Heaven. And number 1, Fever Dream.
Hell yeah,
Wow.
same ranking, gang.
Hi.
Interesting. Saoirse.
Right, number 10, we've got Undrowned. Number 9, we've got Two for Nero. Number 8, we've got Duet. Number 7, we've got Suffragette. Number 6, I've got Night of the Long Knives. Number 5, Regret. Number 4, Spring, Sun, Winter, Dread. Oh, I got that one. Number 3, I've got The Distant Past. Number 2, I've got Desire. And number 1, I've got The Peaks. And I think that's a
Nice.
pretty solid top 10.
I agree.
My
You're a solid
My-
10.
I mean, yeah.
You're a solid 10. No, you're a 10. You're all 10s. Except August Taste in Music, but there we go. Number 4, I've got Get to Heaven, I'm sorry. Number 3, I've got Your Man Down. Number 2, I've got Arc. And number 1, Fever Dream that you can't sweat out.
Very good.
3 members of our group have Fever Dream at number 1. You love to see
Isn't
it.
that crazy?
3 members of our group are wrong.
Well, I love to see you, Jake. So.
You can't
So-
be right if you're dead, Nebraska boy.
I'm not.
I mean,
dead
sure
yet.
that's
you
100%
literally
true.
can. You can. Literally, you can still be right about things you have said.
Yeah.
You can.
But you can't really do anything, can you?
You can't do.
I don't see Abraham Lincoln
You
fucking
can't do the thing you
around
want. You
and
can't do the thing you
motioning
want.
for bills to be passed because that
Do you see
motherfucker's
Farrah?
dead.
Do you see Farrah
Whatever
Abraham
happened
Lincoln?
to Amy Winehouse? Why isn't she putting out more music?
Tyler,
Jesus
would you like to share now?
Christ!
I'd very much like to share my list when August is done, like demonetizing the podcast. All right. So my 10. Okay, I'll give a couple of honorable mentions as well. I want to give honorable mentions to "Put Me Together" and "Final Form" and "Torso of the Week" because those 3 songs are all underrated by everyone on this podcast, I think. And then my top 10. 10 is "The Wheel is Turning Now." 9 is "Run the Numbers." 8 is "Duet." 7 is "Tin, the Manhole." 6 is "Kemosabe." 5 is "Night of the Long Knives." This is where it gets really fucking hard. 4 is "Blast Doors." I swapped this with my 3 at the last second. 3 is "NASA is on Your Side." 2 is this is hard as well. These top 2. I'll
So I
go
wrote
with,
it up beforehand, Tyler.
I know, but I know I'm questioning everything. I'll go with my
Weird.
initial gut rather than the reactionary one. So 2 is "Ivory Tower" and 1 is "No Reptiles." But
Yeah.
1 and 2 could be the other way around. 3
No
and 4 could be the other way
reptiles,
around. That top 4
That's a
is
really good list, Tyler, man.
fucking solid. Like
I want
that's
the handshake meme with
that's 4.5 years of listening has resulted in that list.
I want the handshake
Nice.
meme of me and Tyler in August with "No Reptiles" is the best everything song.
Yeah.
And okay, so album ranking. So 4th is "Arc." 3rd is "A Fever Dream." Sorry, I would love to drop a spicy hot take and make it 1, but it's 3 for me because the top 2 are fucking practically tied. I'm tossing up on whether I should just say it's a tie or like whether that will be a cop out. Okay. 2 is "Man Alive," 1 is "Get to Heaven," but I mean, ask me on a fucking different day of the week.
How awesome is it that we only had 1 person have Get to Heaven as their favorite? 1.
Wow, it's crazy. I will just say though, I bear
No
no
one said
ill
Arc,
will putting.
though. No one said Arc.
Look, I would just say I bear no ill will anyone putting Arc at the bottom, even though I love that album a lot because
Oh no,
I
so
love
do
all of these albums a lot. Like they're all amazing albums.
Arc is probably the one I spent the least amount of time with, and going back to revisit it the other day, it was like very enlightening. Like it just hit me how much I'd underappreciated a lot of it. So yeah, very good album. But I mean, the choice is whether if you want me to rank "A Fever Dream" last, that's your alternative. Because the top 2 are unchanging. So "A Fever Dream" is either 3rd or 4th. And I like it more than I like.
We'll have some words.
Good podcast, guys.
Yeah, very.
Yeah.
God, you guys are absolute fucking champs for holding this out.
Well,
All
we
right.
did agree.
Been fighting off sleep because I had to take.
To our listeners,
8:30.
to our fans of Everything Everything who have got to this point, what are your favorite Everything Everything songs? Do you agree or disagree with
Please
our
tell us.
reviews? Please at us at JamsTPod on Twitter, or do a comment in the comment section and let us know why we're horribly wrong and you're 100% right, because you probably are in all likelihood.
Fever Dream got too political into like being attacked for my political ideology by everything.
I'm gonna go listen to System of a Down now.
God,
the
I like
drummer.
very
Let us know
totally
your
got
thoughts.
political.
What are your favorite songs? What's your album ranking? Please let us know. We're very keen to know genuinely. And thank you for sticking with us for this gauntlet of a video. You're awesome. And stay tuned for a new episode coming very soon.
I hate all
Famously
these albums. They're all actually 1 out of 10.
Famously unpolitical bands Rage Against the Machine.